Good evening and welcome to BreakTraders. As you can see, I am rocked out in my Bills gear because we have now solidified ourselves as the best team in the NFL. Super exciting game Sunday night, even if it went a little late with that rain delay. I did see a stat that said that the amount of viewers just during the rain delay portion would have been the third highest rated primetime show of the entire week, of the previous week, which is pretty amazing to me. I just want to make everyone aware of some specials, some discounts we got going. We've got some available teams left in our pre-scheduled breaks. You can take 20% off those using the discount code 1013, capital A, capital V 20. We're also doing 20% off some of the breaks that are currently in the red zone break, 1436 and 1470. 1472 actually just sold out, so just disregard that portion of the evening, or of that discount right there. And then we're running 25% off all of our basketball breaks tonight. You know, we got Donruss Fast Break that came out tonight. We got one break for that. We've also got that Obsidian Pick Your Team Plus Random we'd like to see close as well. And then, folks, we've got a bunch of Origins, not only in that we have 14 spots left and another Pick Your Team Plus a Random for the Origins right there. Most expensive team, 76. Cheapest team's 25. You know, at those price points, you can even use that with a pick three, and you get 10% off each. Use some of your BT rewards with those price points. It just really gives you a great opportunity for sure. Alrighty. All right, 1 second, folks. We are here for our absolute baseball. Just give us 1 moment. We'll be right back. We're just working through a minor eBay issue here, so while we do that, we'll do our first keyword giveaway of the evening. Our first show keyword of the evening.
I am ready when you are.
Gavin, which discount code are you asking about? And also, Gavin, highly recommend you pop over to our YouTube channel because that will allow you to take part in the giveaways. Because Nitebot only pulls from the YouTube stream, and it just makes it a little easier. Alrighty, folks. So we have one unsold team that we're gonna auction off first. One unsold team that we're gonna auction off first. And that is going to be the Colorado Rockies. Bidding for the Rockies will begin at $2 and go up in increments of $1. Colorado Rockies, $2 in increments of $1. Oh! Wait, Cynthia just bought the Rockies. Never mind. Sorry, it didn't update in our system. It didn't update in our system yet. Sorry about that. We'll fix that for you. All right. Perfect.
Are we good?
We're good to go. So John will get those teams loaded. Here we go, folks. The first break of the evening. This is 1477, the 2021 Panini Absolute Baseball 1 box. Speaking of Absolute Baseball, we've got some Absolute Football dropping next Friday. Next Friday, you can join in on the fun there, checking out our pre-sale breaks. We've got, I think, 5 available right now. We'll continue updating and adding to them. I think I gotta add a pick your division there. I'll get that up. I'll get that up by the end of the day, or by the morning tomorrow. So there we have it. Alrighty. Aaron Nola of the Phillies going to Alec, followed by Trey Turner of the Washington Nationals heading to Greg. Ken Boyer of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Greg as well. Tony Lazzari of the New York Yankees going to Chris. Alex Bregman of the Houston Astros headed to Cynthia. Then we have Juan Soto out of 99 of the Washington Nationals, and that is going to Greg. Followed up by Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees heading to Chris right there. And then we have Clayton Kershaw, 142 out of 149 of the Dodgers, going to Harry. I have not seen a date on Mosaic from, at least from our distributor, yet. Alrighty, we got 2 memorabilias. The first is going to be a 8 out of 10 Tools of the Trade Will Myers, followed up by a Tyler Stevenson, and that is going to be out of 99 of the Cincinnati Reds. That Tyler Stevenson, a rookie signature, is going to Chris, while Will Myers of the San Diego Padres is also going to Chris. A nice 8 out of 10 right there. Love when we get those multicolor patches. I think there's 1, 2, 3 colors in this one, but I love the two-tone blue right there. Alrighty, and before we move on to this next break, I just want to, or next pack, I want to welcome Shane, Anthony, and Greg. Thank you for joining Break Traders for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. You know, you could go and fill that Bowman First Edition break that Phil is talking about right there. Use that discount for you right there. And I'm also very excited tonight because we have filled the tiered random. And we'll get that rocking and rolling right there. We have Roy Campanella of the Brooklyn, now the Los Angeles Dodgers, going to Harry. JT Realmuto of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Alec. Followed up by Manny Machado of the Padres to Chris. Lucas Giolito of the Chicago White Sox heading to Chris. Then we have Dansby Swanson of the Atlanta Braves out of 199. And that is heading to Elisa. Followed by Reggie Jackson of the New York Yankees, the Power, going to Chris. An Extreme Team, Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to Darian. And then we have the 57 out of 99 Unsung Heroes. And that is going to be Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics. And that is heading to Harry. Alrighty. We have the Nick Montegrill rookie signature and the out of 99 Matt Tice patch. Matt Tice of the Los Angeles Angels is going to go to Lisa. Nice patch right there. Looks like that's right at the numbers right there. And then we have the rookie signature of Nick Montegrill, and that is out of 60 of the Chicago White Sox heading to Chris. Alrighty. Well, we'll run down these inserts and parallels first. We have the Matt Chapman out at 57 out of 99 in the Oakland Athletics to Harry. Randy Arozarena Extreme Team of the Tampa Bay Rays to Darian. The New York Yanks Reggie Jackson Power headed to Chris. Dansby Swanson 38 out of 199 of the Atlanta Braves to Elisa. Followed by a Clayton Kershaw 142 out of 149 to Harry. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees, the Icons, going to Chris. And then a Juan Soto 51 out of 99 of the Washington Nationals going to Greg. And now on to our featured cards. We have the out of 99 patch, the out of 99 auto. Then we have the out of 60 auto and the out of 10 patch right there. We have Nick Montagrill of the White Sox and headed to Chris. Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds headed to Chris. Matt Tice of the Los Angeles Angels going to Elisa, and Will Myers of the San Diego Padres going to Chris. And with that, we are done with break 1477. Done with break 1477, and we are moving on, staying here in BT Park because we have more baseball. But first, let's do our first show keyword guess giveaway right here. For those of you that are new to BreakTraders or just need a little refresher how these works, or I will put a keyword on the screen and it will be then put in the chat. Once it's in the chat, you'll have 1 minute to guess the show. 1 minute to guess the show. Here we go. The keyword is prohibition.
Oh, wow.
Mr. CEO takes it. A lot of people guessed correctly right there.
Was that before anyone even put prohibition in?
It was. It was before anyone put prohibition in.
Wow.
And Mr. CEO getting a Chronicles basketball, a 2019-20 Chronicles basketball pack right here. We have a Zion Williamson RC right off the get-go for Mr. CEO, followed by a Chris Middleton of the Milwaukee Bucks. Then we have a LeBron James Rookies and Stars, the DeAndre Hunter RC of the Atlanta Hawks, and a Marquis Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies right there. Not a bad pack for Mr. CEO. It finally there, right? I know. I apologize that one wasn't yours. Alrighty, it looks like we are all ready to go right here. This is break 1478, the 2021 Topps Bowman Chrome Hobby Light 1 box. Pick your team 1478. Yeah, that might have been a little too easy. First pack in this Bowman Light. Yadier Molina of the Cardinals and Alex Kirilloff RC of the Minnesota Twins headed to Mr. CEO, followed up by a 40-man futures Austin Martin of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Zerk. Then we have a Francisco Alvarez of the New York Mets and Drew Waters of the Atlanta Braves. We have a Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins. Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins. And that is going to be going to Gavin right there. Followed up by an out of 99, Matthew Liberatore of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Mr. CEO. Nice prospect right there. Followed up by a black and white Heston Kyrgyzstan of the Baltimore Orioles to Mr. CEO as well. heading to Mr. CEO as well. And then we have our first Bowman First Edition, and that is going to be Manuel Beltre of the Toronto Blue Jays, and that is going to Zerk, followed up by a Poyu Chen of the Pittsburgh Pirates, headed to Thomas. And we're 2 packs in on this one, and I would like to welcome Yuval, Chris, and Anthony and Colin to BreakTraders for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. We have a Tyler Stevenson RC right off the bat, and that is of the Cincinnati Reds, headed to Chris, followed up by a Nate Pearson RC of the Toronto Blue Jays, and that's going to Zerk. Then we have the 40-man futures, Matthew Allen of the New York Mets, going to Mr. CEO, followed up with Eduardo Garcia of the Milwaukee Brewers. Eduardo Garcia of the Milwaukee Brewers. That's a Bowman First, and that's headed to Gavin. And then we have Kevin Made of the Chicago Cubs going to Greg. Chicago Cubs, and that is Kevin Made. And I wonder, have any of you seen the have you all seen all the drama between Barstool Sports' White Sox Dave and John Cusack, because he confronted him because John Cusack's an admitted fan of both the Cubs and the White Sox, and he went up and down, up one side and down the other, telling him that he couldn't be a fan of both. We have Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers RC going to Gavin, followed up by a 2020 Summer Camp Wander Franco of the Tampa Bay Rays, and that's going to be going to Colin. Then we have that black and white Spencer Torkelson of the Detroit Tigers, headed to Jake, followed up with Josiah Gray of the Los Angeles Dodgers and Ed Howard of the Chicago Cubs. Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks, followed by Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners. Then we have a Dawn of Glory Asa Lacey of the Kansas City Royals. And that is going to be heading to Cynthia. That's one of your box hits right there. Followed up by Marco Luciano of the San Francisco Giants and Jared Kelly of the Chicago White Sox. And we have 5 packs left, including this one. Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics, followed by an out of 199 Brennan Davis of the Chicago Cubs, headed to Greg. Then we have a black and white Robert Poison of the Oakland Athletics going to Gavin. Following up with that, we have Oswald Peraza of the New York Yankees and Alec Thomas of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We have Jorge Soler of the Kansas City Royals, followed by Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians, a 40-man futures Nick Yorke of the Boston Red Sox, heading to Cynthia. Following that up with a Bowman First, Carlos Colmenares of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Colin, and then a Bowman First, Milkar Perez of the Seattle Mariners, and that is going to Anthony. J.D. Martinez of the Boston Red Sox, Bryce Harper of the Philadelphia Phillies, a black and white Justin Foscue of the Texas Rangers going to Gavin, followed up by a Yiddy Copy Bowman First Edition of the Miami Marlins, headed to Gavin as well. And then Christian Hernandez of the Chicago Cubs, and that is going to Greg, and that is a Bowman First Edition as well. And we have 2 packs left right here. George Springer of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed by a 2020 Summer Camp Reed Detmers of the Los Angeles Angels. Reed Detmers of the Angels right there, followed by a 40-man futures Tyler Soderstrom of the Oakland Athletics going to Gavin. And then we have Reed Detmers of the Angels and Heidbert Perez of the Milwaukee Brewers. on to our last pack. We have a Clark Schmidt RC of the New York Yankees heading to Chris right there. Then we have Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants. San Francisco Giants RC, and that is going to Eric. Followed by a Drew Romo black and white of the Colorado Rockies to Mr. CEO. Nick Gonzalez of the Pittsburgh Pirates and Wander Franco of the Tampa Bay Rays. Alrighty. We will start this rundown with our rookies. We have Joey Bart of the Giants heading to Eric. Clark Schmidt of the Yankees headed to Chris. Sam Huff of the Rangers going to Gavin. Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays heading to Mike Zirk. Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds going to Chris. Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins going to Gavin. And Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins going to Mr. CEO. And now our Bowman first. We have Christian Hernandez of the Chicago Cubs going to Greg. Yiddy Copy of the Miami Marlins headed to Gavin. Milkar Perez of the Seattle Mariners heading to Anthony. Carlos Calmarez of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Colin. Kevin Made of the Chicago Cubs heading to Greg, followed by Eduardo Garcia of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Gavin. Po Yu Chen of the Pittsburgh Pirates heading to Thomas, and Manuel Beltre of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Zirk. Nice. And now on to our featured cards, of which there are two. We have the Matthew Liberatore 58 out of 99 of the St. Louis Cardinals to Mr. CEO. And the Asa Lacy of the Kansas City Royals with that box set. And with that, we are done with break 1478. We will be back in 3 minutes with some football. Alrighty, we are back and ready to break some certified football. But first we have 5 teams to auction off, and we're going to get started here with the big one. It's going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars. Bidding begins at $50 in increments of $5. And I feel like we've been missing some T. Lawrence hits out of here, so we are due for one. $50 from Haley. $55 from Mr. CEO and $60 from Haley. Do we have 65? All right, we're going to start our auction process. The instructions are in the chat, and here we go. 30 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, Haley takes it. Haley, you can pay right now, or you can wait because we have two packs up here. First, we have the Dolphins and the Tennessee Titans. Bidding for that will begin at $15 in increments of $5. $15 in increments of $5 for the Dolphins and the Titans. $15 from Daniel. Daniel, good to see you. $20 from Cynthia. Do we have 25 for this Dolphins-Titans combo? I feel like we've pulled a lot of nice Titans cards out of here. You can go chasing some Jalen Waddle. There's a lot of options in here for sure. You could even pull a second-year Tua. That'd be a nice little hit right there. As long as you get rid of it soon. No, I'm just kidding. Alrighty. Auction will begin right here. Tennessee Titans Bills game. This weekend, I will be in Nashville, so I will be gone Saturday to Tuesday. So, but don't worry, we'll still be shipping on Monday for y'all. Alrighty, Cynthia takes it. Cynthia, you can pay now or you can wait because we have one more combo. And that is going to be the Steelers and the Washington football team. Bidding for them will begin at $15 and go up in increments of $5. CEO with 25 out the gate, blowing past Mark and Haley. Do we have $30 for the Steelers Washington football team combo? All righty. Well, we will start the bidding countdown process right here. 30 seconds on the clock. Five seconds left. Looks like CEO is going to take it. And he does. Mr. CEO, you can drop your payment in the link. And while we wait to receive the final payment there, Prohibition. Type Prohibition in the chat. Appreciate y'all just knocking me out right early with that one. And here's what I'm going to do, folks, because I love all of you, and I really want to see these breaks close tonight that are currently in the red zone. I'm going to adjust that discount a little bit. All paid up. Alrighty. So there's 3 breaks currently in the red zone, and I've upped it. 25% is the current discount. So let's close out that Donruss Optic Football 2020 Hybrid Hobby Pick Your Division. 25% off right there, and 25% off the 4 remaining spots in the Origins Football Hobby. We have the Falcons, the Dolphins, the Eagles, and the Steelers available. Let's knock those off for 25% each right there. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown on Prohibition?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Haley.
And Haley getting a little Upper Deck hockey, little 2020-21 Upper Deck hockey. We have Ben Hutton of the Anaheim Ducks, Derek Brassard of the Coyotes, Jimmy Vesey of the Maple Leafs, Oleski Hipperman and Arthur Calaville right there of the Panthers and Kings, a little Chris Wagner of the Bruins, Dominic Cahoon of the Oilers, Eric Goodmanson of the Senators, and Troy Stutcher of the Red Wings. Alrighty. And with that, I think we're ready to rock. Here we go. This is break 1479, the 2021 Certified Football Hobby 1 Boxer. We have Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys to get things started, followed by a 49 out of 149 Jeremiah Wasu Kimura of the Cleveland Browns RC going to Chris. Then we have a graffiti Chase Young of the Washington football team right there, followed up by Tom Brady of the Bucks and Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs. You know, I gotta say, I really appreciated it earlier when no one challenged me on me saying the Bills were the best team in the NFL. Really, just appreciate that y'all just really enjoy seeing me as happy as I am. Sam Darnold of the Carolina Panthers. Then we got Simi Fiuku out of $3.99 of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Chris. Followed by the filler card right there. And then a DeAndre Hopkins Stars of the Arizona Cardinals going to Cynthia right there. Following that up with Mr. Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills and Miles Sanders of the Philadelphia Eagles. I got to tell you, I'm really thrilled about my futures bets on the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen of the Jacksonville Jaguars, followed by J.J. Watt of the Arizona Cardinals. Then we have a Chase Young 42 out of 50 graffiti right there of the Washington football team to Mr. CEO. Nice low-numbered graffiti right there, followed by Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints and Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, the Ravens are a really good football team. I really don't think the Chiefs are because I think their defense is so terrible. Justin Herbert of the Chargers, Jonnu Smith of the Patriots. Then we have a Jerry Jeudy out of $2.99 of the Denver Broncos going to Lucas, followed up by a seal of approval, Aaron Donald of the Rams going to Cynthia. And then we have DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, Daniel Jones of the Giants, and J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens. Wow, that was a big pack right there. A lot more than 5 cards in that one. But I think that Bills defense could be like a potential historic level defense. David Montgomery of the Bears, followed up by a Stars, Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers going to Cynthia. Then we have Aaron Rodgers of the Packers as well, and David Johnson of the Houston Texans. David Johnson of the Texans, and that is going to be going to Chris. And here we go. It is going to be a new generation patch, and that is Mr. Cornell Powell of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that is going to Sam. And we have 5 packs left, so I want to take a second to welcome Aubrey to BreakTraders. Thanks for joining us for the first time tonight. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. We have a Roquan Smith of the Chicago Bears to get things started. Then we have that dark horse, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Harry, followed up by Darren Waller of the Raiders and Devin Singletary of the Buffalo Bills right there to finish that off. And then we're going to have an auto, and it's going to be a Philadelphia Eagle, and that is out of 25. That's Mr. Caleb Will, the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is headed to Aubrey. That is true, Brett. And speaking of the Philadelphia Eagles, great comeback for them on Sunday. What do you think happens tomorrow night? We have Ben Roethlisberger of the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed up by Michael Carter out of 215 out of 299 of the New York Jets going to Stephanie. Nice rook right there. Then we have a seal of approval, Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants going to Chris, followed up by Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team and Odell Beckham Jr. of the Cleveland Browns. Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers, followed by a Matt Ryan out of 249 of the Falcons, headed to Chris. And then we have a Stars, Zeke Elliott out of 249 going to of the Dallas Cowboys, headed to Chris, followed up by Travis Kelce of the Chiefs and Tyler Lockett of the Seattle Seahawks. Cortland Sutton of the Denver Broncos. Cortland Sutton of the Denver Broncos to get things going, followed up by a Stars Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers headed to Cynthia. Then we have Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants and Marlon Humphrey of the Baltimore Ravens. And then here we go. It is a freshman fabric patch, Travis Etienne Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Haley. And that is number 19 out of 199. Speaking of the Jaguars, are they the next team to need to replace a coach this year? Part of me feels like they're going to be. George Kittle of the San Francisco Giants, followed up by a Kyler Murray Gold team of the Arizona Cardinals heading to Cynthia. Then we have of the Green Bay Packers, it's Aaron Jones, followed by Michael Pittman of the Indianapolis Colts. And here we go. Our last hit is going to be a N'Keal Harry patch, and that is going to be 5 out of 25 of the New England Patriots heading to Kevin. Alrighty, let's run down these cards starting with the rookies. We have Michael Carter out of 299 of the New York Jets to Stephanie. Simi Fiuku of the Dallas Cowboys out of 399, and that is going to Chris. And then a out of 149, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah of the Cleveland Browns, and that is heading to Chris as well. And now on to our featured cards. Starting off with our veteran hits, we have the 42 out of 50 Chase Young, the out of 25 N'Keal Harry, and the out of 1 out of 25 Caleb Wilson. N'Keal Harry of the Patriots headed to Kevin. Caleb Wilson of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Aubrey, and Chase Young of the Washington football team heading to Mr. CEO. And then our two rookie hits right here are going to be a rookie patch auto, Travis Etienne, 19 out of 199 of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Haley, and Mr. Cornell Powell, 110 out of 249 with that new generation patch of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Samuel. And with that, we are done with break 1479, and we are moving right along here to 1480. And before we dive into 1480, we do have some teams to auction off here. Alrighty, our auction is going to include the San Francisco 49ers and the Washington football team. Bidding for this will begin at $15 and go up in increments of $5. $15 from Chad, $20 from Mark. Do we have 25? 25. Go chase after Mr. Trey Lance. He didn't have a bad first start last week. Alrighty. Well, we will start the countdown on this one. 30 seconds on the clock. 25 for Mr. CEO, which means we'll be in a 15-second countdown here in just a moment. 30 from Mark. And here we go. Another 15 seconds on the clock. Any bids in this will trigger another 15-second window. And there we have it. Mark takes it. And Mark, you can drop your payment at the link in the chat. And we are just going to do a random keyword right here. It's going to be the second keyword left from the last one. So all you're going to have to do is type this in the chat. Type this in the chat. And sorry, actually, John, the keyword is going to be this.
Okay.
Alrighty, folks. Here we go. Type Nucky in the chat. That actually wasn't the second one, but I figured we'd do one that tosses, that it throws back to Boardwalk Empire. Type Nucky in the chat while we wait to receive that payment. And Mark, if you can just let us know when you complete payment there. Nucky in the chat. Just waiting to get that update from PayPal saying we're ready to go. Harry, great to see you. Feel like we missed you Friday. You and Mr. CEO, maybe. Maybe I'm just off a little bit. Alrighty. We are confirmed. John, can we get a 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Chad Cole.
Chad takes it. Yes, sir. Every Wednesday and Friday. Friday night, we raised a bunch of money for Landon's Mafia. Between the donations y'all made, we ended up matching those donations in addition to giving 5% of the margin made on the cards that evening. And we raised $211 right there. Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs, Carlos Rodon of the White Sox, Bryce Harper of the Nationals, a free pack of digital cards, Jake Arrieta of the Cubs, Starlin Castro of the Yanks, and Justin Verlander of the Detroit Tigers. All right. Here we go, folks. This is break 1480. Break 1480. The Panini Donruss Hobby Hybrid 1-box Pick Your Team. Coming up next is some Revolution basketball and clearly Donruss basketball, and you can get those each for 20% off. Those teams for 20% off right there. Mr. Mark Andrews of the Ravens, what a game he had Monday night. Patrick Peterson of the Vikings. Devonta Parker of the Dolphins. Derek Brown of the Panthers. A little Aaron Rodgers and Ben Roethlisberger. Then our first rated rookie, that's Elijah Mitchell of the San Francisco Giants, going to Mark. Followed by a red press-proof Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. Followed up by a Dominators, Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions. And then the champ is here. That's Ndamukong Suh of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And before I move too deep into this break, I want to welcome Robert, Tyler, Ryan, and James to BreakTraders for the first time. Would love to see you join into some of our breaks that we have available on our website and really get to be members of the community here. We have Nick Bosa of the 49ers, followed by David Montgomery of the Bears, Romeo Okwara of the Lions, Marshawn Lattimore of the Saints, followed up by Miles Jack of the Jaguars, Alvin Kamara of the Saints. Then we have a green rated rookie, that's Jamin Davis of the Washington football team, headed to Mark, followed by that red press proof Cole Beasley of the Buffalo Bills, followed up by an Elite Series rookies, Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles, going to Chris. And then we have a portrait Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns, and that is going to Chris as well. And Brett, I feel like I missed if you said anything about what you think of the Eagles-Bucks game tomorrow night. Von Miller of the Broncos, followed up by Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, Anthony Fisker of the Titans, Dan Amendola of the Lions. Then we have a Larry Roundtree rated rookie of the Los Angeles Chargers, headed to Robert, followed up by Chase Claypool of the Steelers, a green Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers, going to Cynthia. And then we have the rookies, and that is going to be Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers to Michael, followed by a Josh Allen road to the Super Bowl when they beat the Ravens 17-3 of the Buffalo Bills. Danny Jones of the Giants, Emmanuel Sanders of the Bills, Jeff Okudah of the Lions. We have Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins, followed by DJ Chark of the Jaguars, Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. Then we have a Kenneth Gainwell rated rookie of the Philadelphia Eagles, going to Chris, followed up by a red press proof David Johnson of the Houston Texans. And then here it comes. We have Mr. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to James. Following that up, we have Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills with one of his little touchdown catches from last year. And speaking of Josh Allen, wow, did he look good on Sunday night. Yes, Let's go and rock out that Origins 2-box for 25% off all remaining spots. Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, Fred Warner of the 49ers. You have Chase Young of the Washington football team, Randall Cobb of the Texans, followed by Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals. Then we have a Kwity Paye rated rookie of the Indianapolis Colts, going to Michael, followed up by a Stephon Gilmore red press proof of the New England Patriots, heading to a Mark, followed up by an Ish Smith out of 100. That's a silver press proof of the Carolina Panthers, going to Michael out of 100 right there. And then we have a Elite Series Bill Romanowski of the Broncos, followed up by a Retro Series Marshall Faulk of the Los Angeles Rams. Julian Edelman of the Patriots, Levante David of the Bucks, followed by Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers, Aaron Donald of the Rams. Then we have Darnell Savage Jr. of the Packers, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, followed up by Nick Bolton of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Rob. A red press proof Michael Gallup of the Dallas Cowboys going to Ken. Then we have a Legends Series Lawrence Taylor of the New York Giants and a Retro Series Mike Vick of the Falcons. Brett's feeling good. Brett's feeling good. Tariq Cohen of the Bears, Kenny Golladay of the Giants, Malcolm Jenkins of the Saints. We have Joe Burrow of the Bengals, followed by Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers, Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers, and then a Trey Lance rated rookie of the San Francisco 49ers going to Mark. And think about it, folks. You buy into that Origins 2-boxer, you really, you'll have the randomization, and if you end up with one of those teams, which you have a 1 in 5 shot at doing so, a red press proof Drew Brees of the Saints right there, you get 2 chances to go after some big names. A Josh Palmer Elite Series rookies of the Chargers going to Robert, followed up by a portrait Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins heading to Michael. Rob Gronkowski of the Bucks, Kenyon Drake of the Raiders, followed by Matt Stafford of the Rams, DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals, followed up with Justin Herbert of the Chargers, Aaron Jones of the Packers, a Rondale Moore rated a rookie of the Arizona Cardinals going to Kevin, followed up by a red press proof Yamin Davis of the Washington Football Team. Then we have a Power Formulas Derrick Henry of the Titans, and a highlights Alex Smith of the Washington Football Team. And you get 25% off the breaks that are down to 1 spot remaining. Any of the 3 breaks currently in the red zone. Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks, followed by Tim Patrick of the Broncos, Mo Alley Cox of the Colts, Logan Thomas of the Washington Football Team. We have George Kittle of the 49ers, DeMarcus Lawrence of the Cowboys, Joseph Osai, rated rookie of the Bengals. Following that up with the Kene Nwangu out of 500 of the Minnesota Vikings headed to Haley. Then we have an Action All-Pros Bobby Wagner of the Seattle Seahawks, followed up by Nick Bosa of the 49ers. Kirk Cousins of the Vikings, Bobby Wagner of the Seahawks. We have Budda Baker of the Cardinals, DeForest Buckner of the Colts. Then we have Aaron Donald of the Ram and L'Jarius Sneed of the Chiefs. Followed up with a Pat Freiermuth rated rookie of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Michael. Then a red press proof Nico Collins of the Houston Texans going to Michael. A Dominators DJ Chark of the Jacksonville Jaguars, followed by a Gridiron Kings Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Nice, thanks, Cynthia. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to Michael. Nico Collins, red press proof of the Houston Texans. Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Kene Nwangu out of 500 of the Vikings. Joseph Osai of the Bengals. Red press proof Jamin Davis of the Washington Football Team. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals. The portrait Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins. Josh Palmer of the Los Angeles Chargers, Nick Bolton of Kansas City, Kwity Paye of the Colts, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, the rookies, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, the green, Kylan Hill of the Packers, Larry Roundtree of the Chargers, the Metric Felton portrait of the Browns, and Elite Series rookies, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, the green, Jamin Davis of the Washington Football Team, and then we have Elijah Mitchell of the San Francisco Giants. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have the out of 100, and that is Shi Smith of the Carolina Panthers with that silver press proof heading to Michael. And then we have 2 first-round QBs. We have Mr. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to James, and Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers headed to Mark. And with that, we are done with break 1480. We'll be right back from the hardwood with 1481. Alrighty, folks, we're here for some Revolution basketball. And the first team up is the Los Angeles Lakers. The bidding will begin at $10 and it will go in increments of $1. We have 10 from Chad. 10 from Chad. Do we have we have 13 from Mr. CEO. $13 from Mr. CEO. $15 from Chad. $16 from Dave. $17 from Steven. Do we have 18? Alrighty. We're going to start our countdown process. 20 from Chad. 20 from Chad. $22 from Steven, which means we'll have 15 seconds on the clock. Here we go. And there we have it. The countdown is complete. And Steven, you have won them for $22. And you know what to do. Drop your payment at the link in the chat. And while we wait to receive that payment, we will do our next keyword giveaway. Are you ready, John? And this is a new show, so you have 1 minute to guess the show. It is Island. No correct guesses yet. Alrighty. Show giveaway guessing has ended. And here we go. This is break number 1481. 1481. The 2020-21 Revolution Basketball. One box, pick your team. We have Kemba Walker of the Boston Celtics, Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, followed by an Astro, Kawhi Leonard of the Los Angeles Clippers, going to, or no, sorry, that's just a regular Kawhi Leonard, my fault there. Followed up by the Fractal, Klay Thompson of the Golden State Warriors, going to Carl. And then we have a James Weissman RC of the Golden State Warriors, going to Carl as well. And big news out of the NBA this week. We have Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, Tim Hardaway of the Mavericks, followed by a Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Golden State Warriors. And then we're going to have a Groove, Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons, heading to Carl. The Groove, Sadiq Bey right there, followed up by a Vortex, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz. With Mr. Kyrie Irving not being able to play until he gets vaccinated. Crazy that someone's willing to give up $27 million. But, hey, it's his choice, and he can do what he wants to do. De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, Fred VanVleet of the Toronto Raptors, Chris Middleton of the Milwaukee Bucks, followed by an Obi Toppin Astro of the New York Knicks, going to Kevin, followed up by a Tyler Bay RC of the Dallas Mavericks, heading to Chad. And while we'll be keeping our go-to Revolution basketball next week in these pre-scheduled eBay breaks, be on the lookout for Donruss Optic Fast Break. We have Miles Turner of the Pacers, Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets, and Astro Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics right there, heading to Matthew. And then a Shockwave Revolution, Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans, going to Cortez. And I'd like to welcome Matthew and Mike to the Break Traders community. Thanks for joining us for the first time this evening. Kobe White of the Bulls, Kyrie Irving of the Nets, Yusuf Nurk of the Portland Trailblazers, and then we're going to have a Christian Wood Cosmic out of 100 of the Houston Rockets, and that is going to be heading to Kevin, followed up with a Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets going to Jonathan. I think unless like I'm a billionaire, I'm caring about 27 million. I mean, Kyrie couldn't have made, like, what's he made? Maybe 250 million in his career? Like, that's 10%. And, like, those guys spend money. Like, I mean, not everyone's Rob Gronkowski and saves, you know, you hear so much about that. But Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks, Marvin Bagley of the Sacramento Kings, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, Chris Paul, Astro of the Phoenix Suns going to Kevin. And then we have a liftoff, James Harden of the Houston Rockets going to Kevin as well. I'm saying when you think about it, it's 10% of his current net worth. Like, so think about it, if you're worth, I don't know, just my thoughts, but.
What about 10% of his net worth?
Like, that's roughly how much. I can't, 1 second, I gotta focus on this liftoff card. There we go, liftoff James Harden. That is true, yeah. People are quitting. And then I also know, like, I know at least 5 people who got vaccinated just to go to Bills games. It's so interesting. The Los Angeles Lakers going to Steven, Nikola Vukovic of the Magic, Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, a RJ Hampton, a rookie revolution of the Denver Nuggets going to Jonathan right there. Followed up by Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards going to Brandon. Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks, followed by Goran Dragic of the Heat. Andrew Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors, followed up by a galactic Brandon Clark of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is going to be going to Carl. And then a Vortex DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns going to Kevin. Alrighty, let's run down these inserts. We have the DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns going to Kevin. A Shockwave Revolution, Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Cortez. And then a Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz going to Cortez as well. Yep, 1480 just went, and you can just scroll back to find that one. And now our inserts. We have the Chris Paul Astro of the Phoenix Suns, the Astro Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, the Fractal Klay Thompson of the Warriors, and the Groove Brandon Clark of the Memphis Grizzlies. Groove Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies. Now we'll run down. Sorry, we'll run down our regular rookies. I accidentally hit the button there. We have Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards, Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets. That Denny Avdija headed to Brandon, Zeke Naji of the Nuggets going to Jonathan, Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks headed to Chad, and James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors going to Carl. And now on to our insert and prisms. We have the Rookie Revolution, RJ Hampton of the Denver Nuggets going to Jonathan, the Astro Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks headed to Kevin, and the Groove Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons headed to Carl. And now on to our 2 featured cards. The Liftoff James Harden and the 50 out of 100 Cosmic Christian Wood. Christian Wood of the Houston Rockets headed to Kevin, and James Harden of the Rockets going to Kevin as well. And with that, we are done with break 1481. Done with break 1481, and we'll be rock and rolling here with some Clearly Donruss in just a moment. All right, we've got some teams to auction off. We've got some teams to auction off. We're going to do a 2-pack first. We're going to combine the Celtics and the Nuggets. Bidding will begin at $10, and bids have to be in a minimum increment of $1. We did 10 from Steven. That 40% off was one of our Discord flash sales. That was a 24-hour sale. And you can always join our Discord. We always drop good deals in there. 10 from Steven for the Celtics and Nuggets. 10 from Steven for the Celtics and Nuggets. Do we have 11? Alrighty, we are going to start this auction rundown right here. The countdown for the bidding process.
From Chris.
11 from Chris, meaning we're going to a 15-second countdown. 12 from Steven. Alrighty. Steven takes that twosome of the Celtics and Nuggets. And we have next the Lakers. The Lakers are going to be starting bid at $10 in minimum bid increments of $1. Dave with 13. $15 from Chad. $15 from Chad. Do we have 16? 17, 18? Alrighty, let's get the countdown portion underway. Done. All right. The winner at $15 is Chad, and you can drop your payment to the link in the chat. In the meantime, type Island in the chat. Island, Island, Island. No guessing on this one, Kevin. This is just a discount or just a randomization. We've received it from Steven. Just waiting on the payment from Chad. No worries. No need to apologize. All right, John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Mark Davis.
Mark Davis getting the 2019-2020 Chronicles right there. And Chad, can you let us know when you've sent that payment? We have not seen it come through yet. We have Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, PJ Washington of the Hornets, a little Grant Williams of the Celtics, Blake Griffin of the Pistons, and Jackson Hayes of the New Orleans Pelicans. Alrighty, we'll get these teams loaded up. Yep. Here we go, folks. This is break 1482, the 2020-21 Clearly Donruss Hobby One Box. Pick your team, break 1482. Tobias Harris of the 76ers. We have John Collins of the Atlanta Hawks, followed by CJ McCollum of the Portland Trailblazers. CJ McCollum of the Portland Trailblazers going to Devin. And then we have a rated rookie, that's Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz, going to Mark, followed up by Mr. Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons. And that is heading to Snowman for you. And we're on to our next break right here. Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets, Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, a stargazing Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors headed to Daniel. Stargazing Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors headed to Daniel, followed up by a Kira Lewis Jr. rated rookie and a CJ Ellaby. Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Steven, and CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers headed to Devin. And we are halfway through this break, and I just wanted to welcome Daniel and Nathan for joining us. Thank you for joining us for the first time. you can take 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com using promo code NEWBT. We have Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz. Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz. Followed by a purple Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that is heading to Devin. A purple Anthony Edwards going to Devin. Following that up, we have a Sam Merrill rated rookie of the Milwaukee Bucks headed to Cynthia. And a Cassius Winston rated rookie of the Washington Wizards headed to Nathan. And here we go. It is going to be a Desmond Bane auto. Desmond Bane auto of the Memphis Grizzlies heading to Steven. And we're on to our last pack right here. We have Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, CJ McCollum of the Portland Trailblazers, a gold Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that is heading to Devin as well. Quite the Anthony Edwards break right there. Followed up by a Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors going to Mark, and Oniko Kongwu of the Atlanta Hawks heading to Cynthia. And I feel like we've pulled quite a few autos out of Clearly over the last week and a half here. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We have Oniko Kongwu of the Atlanta Hawks, Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors, Cassius Winston of the Washington Wizards, Sam Merrill of the Milwaukee Bucks, CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers, Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans, Sadiq Bey of the Pistons, and Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz. And now onto our featured cards. First, we have that stargazing Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors, and that is going to Daniel. Following that up, we got the double Anthony Edwards. The double Anthony Edwards heading to Devin. And then to finish it up, we have the Desmond Bane auto of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Steven. And with that, we are done with break 1482. We'll be back in 5 minutes with break 1466. Here we go. Here we go. We are moving into a little pick your division. Little Donruss Hobby Hybrid H2 pick your division. I think we can do our next keyword though. What do you think, John?
Okay. Ready to go.
Alrighty. The keyword is influence. Yeah, that Obsidian is moving. Remember, 25% off basketball breaks this evening, too. Double M, good to see you. I really miss you. You're just not around as much. Definitely misses you. Gilligan's Island, incorrect. White Lotus, incorrect. Fantasy Island, incorrect. The 100, incorrect.
Right now. And just
Guessing has ended. John will drop our explanation of our keyword giveaways in the chat, the show giveaway guessing, so that for you, Rhino. In the meantime, let's get started. This is break 1466. Break 1466, the 2021 Donruss Hobby Hybrid H2 one-box pick your division. We have Steve with the AFC North, South, West, NFC East, and NFC South. Haley with the AFC North. Robert with the NFC North, and Bill with the NFC West. Alrighty. And we will get those teams loaded. To rock and roll right here. There is a 2-boxer of Origins Double M that you can get 25% off because I'm feeling saucy tonight. Jarvis Landry of the Browns, Jalen Reagor of the Eagles, Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team, David Johnson of the Texans. Then we have TJ Watt at the Steelers and CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys, followed by a Simi Fiuku art-rated rookie of the Dallas Cowboys going to Steve, followed up by a red press-proof Robbie Anderson of the Carolina Panthers. Then we have the rookies, and that is going to be Mr. Kene Nwangu of the Minnesota Vikings to Bob, followed up by Troy Aikman, that Gridiron Kings all-time of the Dallas Cowboys. We have Roquan Smith of the Bears, Lawrence Taylor of the Giants, little Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints, Tyler Boyd of the Bengals, followed up by Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs and Justin Jefferson of the Vikings. Then we have a Christian Barmore, rated rookie of the New England Patriots, headed to Steve, followed by a red press-proof Keelan Cole of the Jets going to Steve. Then we have an Elite Legends Series, Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens going to Haley, followed up by Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The champ is here, and that is going to Steve as well. Cole Beasley of the Bills, Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, we have Jerome Baker of the Dolphins, Robbie Anderson of the Panthers. Then we have Khalil Mack of the Bears, followed by Juju Smith-Schuster of the Steelers, followed by a Luke Farrell rated rookie of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to Steve. Then we have a red press proof Frank Darby rookie of the Atlanta Falcons, heading to Steve. Following that up with a Tampa Bay Dominators Rob Gronkowski, and then a DK Metcalf highlights of the Seattle Seahawks. Hollywood Brown of the Ravens, followed by Harrison Smith of the Vikings. The show hasn't been guessed yet. Leonard Floyd of the Rams, Russell Gage of the Falcons. We have Von Miller of the Broncos, Joe Namath of the Jets, followed by a Rashad Bateman rated rookie of the Baltimore Ravens to Haley. Then we have Mr. Russell Wilson with that silver press proof out of 100 of the Seattle Seahawks. Then we have an Elite Series, George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers, and a Kellen Mond portrait of the Minnesota Vikings, heading to Bob. We have Leonard Williams of the Giants, Jordan Poyer of the Bills, followed up by T. Higgins of the Bengals, Dan Marino of the Dolphins. Then we have Tom Brady of the Patriots, Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers. We have Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Steve, followed up by a red press-proof Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints headed to Steve as well. Then we have a power formula as DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions, followed by Mr. Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns. Devin McCourty of the Patriots, Justin Tucker of the Ravens. We have Jeremy Chin of the Panthers, followed by Robert Wood of the Rams, Joe Schobert of the Jags, Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders, and then we have a Zach Wilson rated rookie of the New York Jets, and that is heading to Steve. Zachary Wilson of the Jets right there, followed up by a T.Y. Hilton out of 500 of the Indianapolis Colts going to Steve. An action All-Pro, Elvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. And the champ is here, Tyler Johnson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And we have 4 packs left in this break. Jonathan Abram of the Raiders, followed by DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Michael Pittman Jr. of the Colts, Joe Montana of the 49ers, Emmitt Smith of the Cowboys, a green Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints going to Steve, followed by a red press-proof Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we have an Elite Series a rookie, and that is Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. And that is going to Steve. Following up that Zach Wilson, we have a Retro Series Drew Bledsoe of the New England Patriots going to Steve as well. And we have 3 packs left in this one. You know who also used to make some great throws and then throw so far over an open receiver's head? Mr. Josh Allen. And now he's arguably a top 3 quarterback in the league currently. Mike Evans of the Bucs, Darren Waller of the Raiders, Joey Bosa of the Chargers, AJ Green of the Cardinals. We have Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys, followed by a Pete Werner rated rookie of the New Orleans Saints headed to Steve, a green Simi Fioco of rated rookie of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Steve as well. The red press proof Darren Waller of the Raiders, and that is going to be going to Steve. Followed up by the rookies Nico Collins of the Houston Texans headed to Steve. And then we have a Retro Series Ozzie Newsome of the Cleveland Browns. We have George Kittle of the 49ers, Myles Garrett of the Browns, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington football team. Then we have a little Peyton Manning of the Colts, Corey Davis of the Jets, a Trey Sermon rated rookie of the San Francisco 49ers going to Bill, followed up by Leonard Floyd of the Los Angeles Rams, headed to Bill with that red press proof. A Jamar Chase Elite Series rookies of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Haley, and then an inducted John Lynch of the Denver Broncos. And we're on to our last pack in this break. Dallas Goedert of the Eagles, Akeem Hicks of the Bears. We have Jared Goff of the Lions, Jameis Winston of the Saints, a Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs, and DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, followed by Jalen Phillips of the Miami Dolphins, and that is going to Steve. Then we have Odell Beckham Jr. with that red press proof of the Cleveland Browns, followed by a Dominators Tua of the Miami Dolphins, and a Gridiron Kings Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers. Alrighty. With that, we're done with 1466. So let's run this down, starting with the rookies. We have Jalen Phillips of the Miami Dolphins, the Elite Series rookies, Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, the rookies, Nico Collins of the Texans, the Green Simi Fioco of the Cowboys, Pete Werner of the New Orleans Saints, the Green Ian Book of the Saints, the Red Press Proof Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints, Javian Hawkins of the Falcons, the Portrait Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, headed to Bob, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, the Red Press Proof Frank Darby of the Falcons, Luke Farrell of the Jags, Christian Barmore of the Patriots, the rookies, Kene Nwangu of the Vikings, and Simi Fioco of the Dallas Cowboys. And here we go into our featured cards. We have that out of 100 silver press proof of Russell Wilson and the Seahawks. And that is going to be heading to Bill, followed up by the two Zach Wilson rooks. The Elite Series rookie Zach Wilson and the base rook Zach Wilson, both going to Steve. And with that, we're done with 1466. Which means it is time for the tiered random. The tiered random. Boy, oh boy, am I excited for this. So how this works is we will go through tier by tier. We'll randomize the teams in that tier, and then we'll randomize the users to match that up. So here we go, 1403, the 2020 Prism Football One Box Tiered Random. And we will be starting with randomizing the teams in the fourth tier. Randomizing the teams in the fourth tier. And that is going to be 8 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Alrighty, and now we will randomize the users in the fourth tier to match them up with the teams. 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're going to have Matt's cards with the New York Giants. We're going to have Spang with the Cardinals, T-Man with the Browns, Jesse with the Falcons, Haley with the Panthers, Haley with the Titans, Mr. CEO with the Texans, and Woodson268 with the New Orleans Saints. Alrighty. Now we will be randomizing the teams in Tier 3. The teams in Tier 3. And we are going to randomize that 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. All right, and now we have to randomize the users in Tier 3 and match them up with the teams on the side. And that is going to be 10 times. What's going on with the speed here, John? The internet speed is something's going on with it. Or just maybe it's just random.org. But 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alrighty, so we have Mr. CEO with the Baltimore Ravens, Haley with the Raiders, Spangs with the Patriots, Brendan with the Seahawks, Steven with the Bills, Spangs with the Bears, T-Man with the Jets, and Steven with the Detroit Lions. Alrighty, and now we will be randomizing the teams in Tier 2. And we're going to randomize those 9 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And now we will be randomizing the users. And that's going to be 3 times. One, 2, and 3. All right, we have Steven with the Denver Broncos, Spangs with the Jaguars, Steven with the Rams, Spangs with the Buccaneers, Brendan with the 49ers, Haley with the Cowboys, Mr. CEO with the Steelers, and T-Man with the Colts. And now we will randomize the teams in Tier 1. We're going to randomize those teams 4 times. 2, 3, and 4. Alrighty, we've got those teams listed and now in random order, and now we will randomize the users. And it's going to be 6 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alrighty. We have Matt's cards with the Bengals, Woodson 268 with the Vikings, Jesse Ryan Gomez with the Eagles, Haley with the Dolphins, T-Man with the Chargers, Mr. CEO with the Packers, Haley with the Washington Football Team, and Spangs with the Kansas City Chiefs. Oops. And we will get all these teams listed for us right here. Just double checking. Yep, perfect. Well, let's hope we can get a little bit better here, Brett. Looks like we have a 2 out of 249 coming. We have Minka Fitzpatrick of the Steelers, Gardner Minshew of the Jaguars, Sterling Shepard of the New York Giants, Champ Bailey of the Broncos, Austin Eckler of the Chargers, Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Adrian Amos of the Green Bay Packers, followed up by Chandler Jones of the Arizona Cardinals. Then we have the emergent T. Higgins. The emergent T. Higgins of the Cincinnati Bengals. And that is headed to Matt. Followed up by a out of 249, Xavier Howard of the Miami Dolphins. A little Xavier Howard prism. And that is going to be number 204 of the Miami Dolphins, headed to Haley. Followed by a Josh Kelly RC of the Los Angeles Chargers to T-Man, and a Chase Young RC of the Washington Football Team, and that is going to Haley. We have CJ Uzma of the Bengals, Josh Norman of the Buffalo Bills, Matt Stafford of the Lions, Emmitt Smith of the Dallas Cowboys, Melvin Gordon III of the Broncos, Miles Sanders of the Eagles, DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, Cameron Jordan of the Saints, Alan Lazard of the Green Bay Packers. And then we're going to have an out of 99 RC. And it is going to be Devin Asai of the New England Patriots with the blue ice. And that is going to Spangs. And that is going to be 93 out of 99. Following that up, we have Noah Ignoghue of the Miami Dolphins going to Haley. And then we have Christian Fulton of the Tennessee Titans RC heading to Haley as well. On to the next pack, and this one, pack number 3. We have Juju Smith-Schuster of the Steelers, Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, Laurent Duvernay-Tardif of the Chiefs, Allen Robinson of the Bears, Derwin James of the Chargers, Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals. Following that up, we have Dante Culpepper of the Vikings, George Kittle of the 49ers, and we're going to have a red wave. And that is going to be a red wave Quinnen Williams of the New York Jets. Quinnen Williams of the New York Jets. And that is out of 149, 64 out of 149, heading to T-Man. Then we have a Denzel Mims RC of the New York Jets heading to T-Man as well. And an AJ Epineza RC of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven. Laramie Tunsil of the Texans, Hollywood Brown of the Ravens, Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, Saquon Barkley of the Giants, Landon Collins of the Washington Football Team, Hunter Henry of the Chargers, Chris Carson of the Seahawks, Chris Godwin of the Buccaneers, Preston Smith of the Green Bay Packers, and then we have the all-out Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks headed to Brendan, followed up by a Devin Asai of the New England Patriots RC going to Spangs, and Kenneth Murray of the Chargers heading to T-Man. That Origins at 25% off that last box right there. DJ Chark of the Jacksonville Jaguars. DJ Chark of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Following that up, we have Carlos Dunlap of the Bengals, Danny Amendola of the Lions, Sean Lee of the Cowboys, DJ Moore of the Panthers, Jerry Rice of the 49ers, Demario Davis of the New Orleans Saints, Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers. We have a fireworks, Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. And then we're going to have a green scope, Preston Smith. That's going to be out of 75. Out of 75 of the Green Bay Packers to Mr. CEO. Or 175, sorry about that. That's a hyper, and that is going to be going to Mr. CEO. Followed by a CJ Henderson of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Spangs. Followed by Logan Wilson of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Matthew. Phil, that Discord deal, it has expired. Those are typically one-dayers.
For after the events?
Yeah. Preston Williams of the Dolphins, CJ Mosley of the Jets, Philip Lindsay of the Broncos, Dallas Goedert of the Eagles, Damian Williams of the Kansas City Chiefs, Joe Theismann of the Washington Football Team, DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, Eric Kendricks of the Minnesota Vikings. Right there, followed up by a silver Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. A silver Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. And then we're going to have a blue wave Jalen Hurts. A blue wave Jalen Hurts. And that is going to be 137 out of 199 of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Jesse. Following that up, we have a Jeremy Chin of the Carolina Panthers. Jeremy Chin of the Carolina Panthers right there heading to Haley. And then here we go. What a pack this one is. It is a Justin Herbert base of the Los Angeles Chargers going to T-Man. So we have Jalen Hurts. We have Justin Herbert. Let's see what's next. Brandon Cooks of the Texans, Jordan Jenkins of the Jets, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington Football Team, Keenan Allen of the Chargers, Kenny Golladay of the Lions, Kyle Juszczyk of the 49ers, Jared Cook of the Saints. We have Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers, followed up by a silver Mark Ingram of the Baltimore Ravens. And then we have a red wave Tyrann Mathieu of the Kansas City Chiefs. And that is going to be out of 149 heading to Spangs. Followed up by an Eno Benjamin RC of the Arizona Cardinals. Eno Benjamin of the Arizona Cardinals. And then a Patrick, and that is heading to Spangs, and then a Patrick Queen of the Baltimore Ravens going to Mr. CEO. And that means, Brett, that we are going to have our first sizzle sticker of the night. Thank you for checking that price. The first sizzle sticker of the night.
Good time.
Nice Jalen Hurts blue wave right there. And we have 5 packs to go, including this one. Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts, Joey Bosa of the Chargers, A.J. Brown of the Titans, Warren Moon of the Oilers, Isaac Bruce of the Rams, Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers, Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, Ricky Jackson of the Saints. We have a go hard or go home Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings to Jim, followed up by an orange Champ Bailey. An orange Champ Bailey out of 249 of the Denver Broncos, and that is going to be heading to Steven. Followed up by a James Prochet of the Baltimore Ravens. James Prochet of the Baltimore Ravens to Mr. CEO. And then there he is. It is Mr. Tua Tagovailoa of the Miami Dolphins. And that is going to Haley. On to our next pack here. Joe Mixon of the Bengals, Tre'Davious White of the Buffalo Bills, Deshaun Jackson of the Eagles, Frank Clark of the Kansas City Chiefs, Jonathan Allen of the Washington Football Team, Mike Williams of the Chargers, Josh Reynolds of the Rams, Michael Vick of the Falcons. We have Joe Montana of the San Francisco 49ers, followed by a Darrington Evans RC of the Tennessee Titans going to Haley, and a Jake Luton RC of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Spangs. And here we go. It is an AJ Epineza Red Wave Auto of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven, and that is 74 out of 149. And we have 3 cards left in this one. Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, N'Keal Harry of the Patriots, Marvin Jones Jr. of the Lions, following that up with Jalen Smith of the Cowboys, followed by Drew Lock of the Broncos, Traquan Smith of the Saints, Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, Christian Kirk of the Cardinals. We have a Deebo Samuel of the San Francisco 49ers, followed by a Camo Antoine Winfield RC of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And that is heading to Spangs. That's going to be out of 25. That is number 25 out of 25 right there. And here we go. Our next card is going to be Mr. Gabe Davis of the Buffalo Bills. Gabe Davis of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven. Following that up with a Josh Uche of the New England Patriots. And that is going to be going to Spangs. All right, that means I have to toss that Herbie into a mag as well. And we have 2 packs left in this one. J.J. Watt of the Texans, Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, Zach Ertz of the Eagles, Tyrann Mathieu of the Chiefs, Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, Javon Curse of the Titans, Harrison Smith of the Vikings, Greg Zuerlein of the Dallas Cowboys, Teddy Bridgewater of the Carolina Panthers, and we have our next auto right here. Followed up by a Chase Claypool RC of the Pittsburgh Steelers to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Laviska Shenault RC of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Spangs. What are those Tuas gone for, Brett? All right, here we go. It is going to be a Jonathan Taylor silver auto of the Indianapolis Colts heading to T-Man. T-Man taking home the bacon with that Chargers and that Jonathan Taylor. We have D.D. Westbrook of the Jags, Sam Hubbard of the Bengals, Alshon Jeffrey of the Eagles, Chris Jones of the Chiefs, Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks, Delvin Cook of the Vikings, Jared Goff of the Rams, Keith Brooking of the Atlanta Falcons, an unstoppable Tremaine Edmonds, of the Buffalo Bills, followed by a purple Sean Lee of the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Lee of the Dallas Cowboys, purple out of 125, and that is going to be heading to Haley. Then we have a T. Higgins of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Matthew, followed by Yatir Gross-Matos of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to Haley. Alrighty. Let's run down these prisms. Sean Lee of the Dallas Cowboys out of 149 headed to Haley. Champ Bailey out of 249 of the Denver Broncos to Steven. The Red Wave Tyrion Matthew out of 149 of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Spangs. The Hyper Preston Smith of the Green Bay Packers out of 175 to Mr. CEO. The Red Wave Quinnen Williams out of 149 of the Jets heading to T-Man. And the Orange Xavier Howard of the Miami Dolphins out of 249 right there. And now on to the rookies. Yatir Gross-Matos of the Carolina Panthers, T. Higgins of the Bengals, Laviska Shenault of the Jaguars, Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Josh Uche of the Patriots, Gabe Davis of the Buffalo Bills, Jake Lutton of the Jaguars, Darrington Evans of the Titans, James Prochet of the Ravens, Patrick Queen of the Ravens, Eno Benjamin of the Cardinals, Jeremy Chin of the Carolina Panthers, a silver Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, Logan Wilson of the Bengals, C.J. Henderson of the Jags, Kenneth Murray of the Chargers, Devin Asai of the Patriots, A.J. Epineza of the Buffalo Bills, Denzel Mims of the New York Jets, Christian Fulton of the Titans, Noah Igboughney of the Dolphins, a blue cracked ice Devin Asai out of 99 of the Patriots, Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. We have Josh Kelly of the Chargers and an emergent T. Higgins of the Cincinnati Bengals. And now on to the featured cards. Alrighty. We have the base Tua, the Antoine Winfield out of 25, and then we have the AJ Epineza out of 149. That base Tua of the Miami Dolphins going to Haley. The AJ Epineza out of 149 of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven, and the Antoine Winfield out of 25 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Spangs. And Heidi Ho, here we go. It is Mag Central. We have our two rookie quarterbacks, and then we have our silver Jonathan Taylor auto. The Jalen Hurts blue wave of the Philadelphia Eagles is going to be heading to Jesse. Then we have the silver Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts to T-Man. In the base, Justin Herbert of the Chargers to T-Man. And with that, we are done with break 1403. Done with break 1403. We'll be right back with some Topps Bowman Chrome Baseball. And we are back from BT Park with some Topps Bowman Chrome. Some Topps Bowman Chrome right here. And we are going to do our next show keyword giveaway. We have to do the randomization of influence, correct?
Yes.
Alrighty, folks, type influence in the chat. Alrighty. Can we get a 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Dave Vigo.
Dave Vigo. Kobe White of the Bulls. RJ Barrett of the Knicks. Jordan McCullough of the Mavs. Cameron Johnson of the Suns. And Goga Bitadze of the Indiana Pacers. This is break 1472, the Topps 2021 Bowman Chrome Hobby One Boxer. We have a Dalton Varsho RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks headed to Gavin, followed up by Ryan Mountcastle of the Baltimore Orioles, going to a Nick right there, another rookie. Then we have this summer camp, Royce Lewis of the Minnesota Twins, followed by Jeremy De La Rosa of the Nationals and Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals. Luis Garcia, RC of the Washington Nationals, going to Daniel, followed up by Luis Campusano of the San Diego Padres, going to Mark. And then we have the Dawn of Glory, Mick Abel of the Philadelphia Phillies. That's going to be that box hit right there, and that is going to Nick, followed by Austin Hendrick of Cincinnati and Jarren Duran of the Boston Red Sox. We have Chris Bryant of the Cubs, followed by a Dalton Varsho RC out of 250 of the Arizona Diamondbacks, going to Gavin. And then we're going to have a 40-man futures Reed Detmers of the Angels, followed by Christian Robinson of the Diamondbacks and a Pedro Pineda Bowman first of the Oakland Athletics. And that is going to Gavin. 3 packs left in this first mini box. Yordan Alvarez of the Astros, Max Scherzer of the Nationals, and here it comes. It is a 52 out of 99 Blaze Jordan auto, 40-man futures of the Boston Red Sox, going to Michael. Then we have a Pedro Leon Bowman first of the Houston Astros, and that is going to Daniel, followed up by a Miguel Bleis of the Boston Red Sox, and that is headed to Michael. We have Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics, Buster Posey of the San Francisco Giants, an Akil Baddoo 72 out of 75 RC of the Detroit Tigers, heading to Gavin. Following that up, we have Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Minnesota Twins, going to Mark, and Alexander Vizcaino. Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Twins, followed by Alexander Vizcaino of the New York Yankees, headed to Nick. Nice. That Blaze Jordan going to end up getting a sizzle sticker on it as well. We have Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays, Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox, a 40-man futures Austin Martin of the Blue Jays, going to Daniel. Then we have Jordan Adams of the Los Angeles Angels and Tristan Casas of the Boston Red Sox. We will pop that sizzle sticker on this Blaze Jordan right here. Akil Baddoo of the Detroit Tigers, going to Gavin RC, followed up by Yermain Mercedes of the Chicago White Sox, heading to Gavin. Then we have the summer camp Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds, going to Bob, followed up by Jeremy Pena of the Houston Astros and Tyler Soderstrom of the Oakland Athletics. Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds RC, going to Bob, followed up by Garrett Crochet of the Chicago White Sox to Gavin. Then we're going to have a shimmer, Spencer Torkelson of the Detroit Tigers to Gavin as well, followed by Julio Rodriguez of the Mariners and Austin Martin of the Toronto Blue Jays. We have an Ian Anderson RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Lucas, followed up by Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals RC headed to Nick. A 40-man futures Matt Allen of the New York Mets going to Mark. Then we have Matt Manning of the Tigers and Tyler Freeman of the Cleveland Guardians. Haley, let's hear your idea. Eugenio Suarez of the Reds, Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, and then we have a Frenel Baez of the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's a Bowman first auto, and that is going to Gavin. Followed by Brennan Davis of the Cubs and a Luis Turbio RC or Bowman first of the San Francisco Giants. Luis Araz of the Twins, Fernando Tatis of the San Diego Padres. We have a Shailen Polanco of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Daniel. Shailen Polanco of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to Daniel, and that's out of 250. Followed by Miguel Urbina of the Minnesota Twins, Bowman first, and that's going to Mark. And then a Luis Rodriguez of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that is going to Daniel. Kevin, I'll have to check that after that. Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays, Shohei Ohtani of the Angels, Nick Yorke of the Boston Red Sox going to Michael, Alexander Mojica of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to Daniel, followed up by Maximo Acosta of the Texas Rangers. Haley, I love that idea, but unfortunately that becomes a Raz, and those are technically illegal in New York. And because we're not just like a breaker doing it in a Facebook group, we stay away from those. All right, we have some rookies. We have Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals going to Nick, Ian Anderson of the Braves, Garrett Crochet of the White Sox, Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds, Yermaine Mercedes of the White Sox, Akil Baddoo of the Tigers, Luis Campusano of the Padres, Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals, Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles, and Dalton Varsho of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yep, no worries. Good thought. Just unfortunately we can't do it. Can't do a serial filler because of the randomization. Alexander Mojica of the Pirates, Bowman first. Luis Rodriguez of the Dodgers. Miguel Urbina of the Twins. Luis Turbio of the San Francisco Giants. Alexander Vizcano of the Yankees. Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Twins. Miguel Bleis of the Red Sox. Pedro Pineda of the Oakland Athletics. Shailen Polanco out of 250 of the Pittsburgh Pirates, heading to Daniel, and Pedro Leon of the Houston Astros, and that is going to be going to Daniel as well. Alrighty, let's run these down. We have the Alex Baddoo out of 75, the Mick Abel Dawn of Glory, and the Dalton Varsho out of 250. Dalton Varsho of the Diamondbacks going to Gavin, followed up by Mick Abel of the Phillies, and Akil Baddoo out of 75 of the Detroit Tigers. That's going to Gavin. Mick Abel of the Phillies headed to Nick, and Dalton Varsho of the Diamondbacks to Gavin. And now on to our featured cards. We have two autos. We have the Blaze Jordan and the Franiel Baez. Franiel Baez of the Diamondbacks going to Gavin. And then we have the Blaze Jordan 52 out of 99 of the Boston Red Sox headed to Michael. And with that, we are done with break 1472. We'll be back in 3 minutes with some more Donruss Optic Baseball. Alrighty, we are back and ready to rock and roll with some Donruss Optic Baseball. It's going to be a pick your team. And here we go. This is pick your team. This is 1501. And it is the Donruss Optic Baseball Hobby 1-box pick your team. I mean, people may be doing it, but Razzes are gambling, and like 100% gambling, because you don't necessarily there's not guaranteeing anything out of it. We don't have any. We do have some more Donruss Optic in house. I believe there's a 3-team random up. DJ LeMahieu of the Yankees, Juan Soto of the Nationals, a silver Anthony Santander of the Baltimore Orioles going to Gavin, followed up by an unleashed Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox, headed to Kevin. And am I likely to get caught? No. But if we do get caught, BreakTraders gets shut down or pays a big fine, and then we have to shut down, and I'd rather not do that. Someone will take those teams, I'm sure, or I'll run a bigger discount for Friday. Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians, followed by a Diamond Kings Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers to Gavin as well. Followed by a Bobby Dalbec rated rookie of the Boston Red Sox going to Zerk. And then we have a rated prospect, Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners, going to Bob. Like, believe me, I want to do them, because I would do them for memorabilia and all sorts of things. I just don't want to put us at risk. Nolan Arenado of the Cardinals, Brian Reynolds of the Pirates, a silver Wander Franco rated prospect of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Zerk, followed by a lights out Roger Clemens of the Boston Red Sox heading to Zerk as well. There's a lot of articles out there, Mr. CEO, that would actually argue breaking is gambling as well. But Luis Diaz, rated rookie of the Miami Marlins, going to Gavin right there. Followed by a Garrett Cole of the New York Yankees. And then we're going to have a Letty Tavares signature series auto of the Texas Rangers going to Zerk. Following that up with a mythical Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels to Lucas. George Springer of the Blue Jays, Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals right there. Followed up by a silver Dansby Swanson of the Atlanta Braves. Silver Dansby Swanson of the Atlanta Braves. Then we have the rookies, Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants going to Jeffrey. I believe that when Fanatics takes over everything, because they're trying to do everything direct, and breaking becomes a big part of their platform, that you'll see a crackdown by the regulators. Trent Grisham of the Padres, Vlad Guerrero of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Zerk right there. Then we have a silver mythical Vlad Guerrero Jr. as well headed to Zerk, and a lights out Sandy Koufax of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Kenta Maeda of the Twins, a David Peterson rated rookie of the New York Mets going to Daniel, followed up by Clark Schmidt of the New York Yankees going to Cynthia, and then we have a rated prospect Nolan Jones of the Cleveland Guardians going to Jeffrey. I think Fanatics could really squeeze the middleman and they could put out distributors out of business, possibly put card shops and all of that out of business. Put breakers out of business as well. Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, Brandon Woodruff of the Brewers, a silver Mickey Moyniak rated rookie of the Phillies going to Daniel. And then we have a Mike Trout Unleashed of the Los Angeles Angels going to Lucas. But it supposedly could be better for the consumer. So it's Andrew Vaughn, a rated rookie of the Chicago White Sox, going to Kevin. Followed up by a Tanner Hook, a rated rookie of the Boston Red Sox, going to Zerk as well. A Joey Votto, Diamond Kings of the Cincinnati Reds to Cynthia. And a mythical Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals, going to Cynthia. Corbin Burnez of the Milwaukee Brewers, followed by Eugenio Suarez of the Cincinnati Reds. A Unleashed Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox to Kevin, followed by a T-minus Giancarlo Stanton of the New York Yankees going to Cynthia. Shane McCallahan, rated rookie of the Tampa Bay Rays, going to Zerk, followed by Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals. Then we have a Giancarlo Stanton, and that is going to be a out of 249, the pink velocity Giancarlo Stanton of the Yankees. And then the rookies, Alex Bam-Bam-Bam-Bam-Bam-Ram, Bam-Bam-Bam-Bam-Bam-Ram, right there. Wouldn't hate that. Walker Buehler of the Los Angeles Dodgers, Mookie Betts of the Dodgers, a silver Roman Laureano of the Oakland Athletics to Jeffrey, and then a mythical Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels going to Lucas. Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, followed by a Jazz Chisholm rated rookie of the Miami Marlins, headed to Gavin, followed by a Ketel Marte Diamond Kings of the Arizona Diamondbacks to Lucas, and then we have a lights out Tom Seaver of the New York Mets going to Daniel. Like they thought dispensaries would be owned by the government, Mr. CEO. Joey Gallo of the Rangers, Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Zerk. Then we have the lights out Tom Seaver of the New York Mets and a Wander Franco rated prospect of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to Zerk. Daniel Lynch of the Kansas City Royals, and that is going to Cynthia, followed by Pavin Smith of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Lucas. Then we have Brent Rooker of the Minnesota Twins heading to Ian right there, followed up by a mythical Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Toronto Blue Jays heading to Zerk. That's true, Harry. We really won't know anything more than 2 years. 5 years, right? Isn't it 2026? We have the Christian Pache rated rookie of the Atlanta Braves, and that is going to Chris, followed up by a Dean Kremer RC of the Baltimore Orioles going to Gavin. Then we have the blue Tim Anderson of the White Sox out of 75. And then we have the Zach Veen rated prospect of the Colorado Rockies going to Jonathan. Got it. We have Chris Bubik of the Kansas City Royals, rated rookie, heading to Cynthia, followed by Chris Paddock of the San Diego Padres. Then we have an orange Starling Marte of the Miami Marlins at a 125 to Gavin, followed up by a Heston Kyrgyzstan of the Baltimore Orioles, rated prospect, and that is going to be going to Gavin. And we got 3 packs left. Oh, got it. I didn't realize got it. Gleyber Torres of the New York Yankees, Salvador Perez of the Kansas City Royals, a silver Eloy Jimenez of the White Sox, followed by the rookies Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Zerk. We have Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals rated rookie going to Cynthia, followed up by Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners. And then we're going to have a 52 out of 75 Andres Jimenez of the New York Mets. And that is going to Daniel. Following that up, we have the mythical Alex Rodriguez of the Texas Rangers going to Zert.
Alex wants to buy us. I'd be happy for that.
Alex Verdugo of the Red Sox. Devi Garcia, rated rookie of the New York Yankees, going to Cynthia. Followed by a silver Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners right there, the rated prospect. And then a lights out Lucas Giolito, that Jared Kelenic of the Mariners, going to Bob. And let's run these rookies down. Devi Garcia of the Yankees, Brady Singer of the Royals, Nate Pearson, the rookies of the Blue Jays, Chris Bubik of the Kansas City Royals, Dean Kremer of the Orioles, Christian Pache of the Braves, Brent Rooker of the Twins, Pavin Smith of the Diamondbacks, Daniel Lynch of the Royals, Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Jazz Chisholm of Miami, the rookies, Alex Baum of the Phillies, Shane McCallahan of Tampa Bay, Tanner Hook of the Red Sox, Andrew Vaughn of the White Sox, a silver Mickey Moniak of the Phillies, Clark Schmidt of the Yankees, followed by David Peterson of the Mets, the rookies, Joey Bart of the Giants, Lewin Diaz of the Marlins, and Bobby Dalbec of the Red Sox. The silver, Jared Kelenic, rated a prospect of the Seattle Mariners, followed by Heston Kyrgyzstan of the Orioles, Zach Veen of the Rockies, Wander Franco of Tampa Bay, Nolan Jones of Cleveland, the silver Wander Franco of Tampa Bay, and Jared Kelenic of the Mariners. And now on to the featured cards, of which there is 2. We have the Signature Series, Letty Tavares of the Texas Rangers heading to Zerk, and Andres Jimenez of the New York Mets. The New York Mets going to Daniel. And with that, we are done with break 1501. And we will be right back from the hardwood. Alrighty, we are back with some Panini Chronicles 2021 Panini Chronicles draft picks. And this... One second, folks. Sorry, we had the NFL teams listed there. My mistake. The Panini Chronicles draft picks. So how that works right here is we are going to we're going to rock and roll right through. We're going to do a randomization of the teams, and then we'll randomize everyone who's in here. They get one spot in that randomization per entry, and then we're going to rock, and then you get those serial fillers for the undrafted players, undrafted and unsigned. So first for the teams, we're going to randomize it 4 times. 2, 3, 4, and here we go. Alrighty, and now we have to randomize every individual user 10 times, or one time. One time per spot. 1 second here. All right, and we're going to randomize first the serial filler numbers 1 through 10. And that's going to be randomized 7 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. One moment, folks. Alrighty, now we have to randomize the users to match up with those numbers. And this is going to be the order of those serial numbers right there. 1 second. Oop, that bounced out. We have 4 times. One, 2, 3, and 4. And we're just going to get this listed here, and we'll be ready to go. Boom. Dunzo. Alrighty, folks. Let's get into this box. For you, Brett, I might be able to do that. We have a Greg Brown. Greg Brown of the Cleveland Cavaliers heading to Mr. CEO, followed by Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham of the Detroit Pistons, and that is going to Steven. Following that up with Jalen Suggs. Jalen Suggs, now of the Orlando Magic, headed to Lucas. Then we have a little Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga of the of the Golden State Warriors going to Lucas. Then we have Isaiah Jackson of the Indiana Pacers heading to Kevin, followed up by Ayo Donsum of the Houston Rockets going to Kevin. And then we have Keon Johnson of the LA Clippers headed to Kevin, followed by Corey Kispert of Gonzaga. Corey Kispert from Gonzaga, and now a member of the Washington Wizards going to Mr. CEO, followed by a Davion Mitchell from the Sacramento Kings to Kevin. A Trey Mon from the Florida Gators and now of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Mr. CEO. Going to Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have a Tools of the Trade patch. This is David Johnson of the Toronto Raptors. David Johnson of the Toronto Raptors. And that is going to be heading to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we have an auto, and it is going to be a Eugene Omaru from the Oregon out of 75, now on the Dallas Mavericks, heading to Lucas. Following that up, we have a Moses Moody from Arkansas, now a member of the Golden State Warriors, heading to Lucas. And Ayo Donsuma, now a member of the Houston Rockets, to Kevin, followed by Scotty Barnes from Florida State, and now of the Toronto Raptors to Mr. CEO, followed by a Cameron Thompson from LSU, now a member, Cameron Thomas of the Brooklyn Nets, going to Kevin, followed by Jalen Suggs of the Orlando Magic, and that is going to be heading to Lucas, followed by a Jalen Green, and that is going to be going of the Houston Rockets to Kevin. Then we have Kai Jones of the Texas Longhorns, now the Charlotte Hornets, to Kevin. A Corey Kispert of Gonzaga, and from Gonzaga, and now a member of the Washington Wizards to Mr. CEO. Then we have Moses Moody from Arkansas, now a member of the Golden State Warriors, going to Lucas right there. That Corey Kispert is out of 149. Followed up by Jalen Johnson from Duke, now a member of the Atlanta Hawks, going to Mr. CEO. Then we have Cameron Thomas from LSU, now of the Brooklyn Nets, to Kevin, followed up by Josh Christopher of the Arizona State Sun Devils, and now a member of the Houston Rockets. That's going to Kevin. And here we go. We're into the second pack here. The Kispert was red. Kispert was red. We have Charles Bossy from Western Kentucky University, now a member of the Philadelphia 76ers. Then we have Moses Moody of the Golden State Warriors, and that is heading to Lucas, followed by Jalen Johnson of the Atlanta Hawks, going to Mr. CEO. Cameron Thomas of the Brooklyn Nets, going to Kevin. Oops, sorry. That was out of 99. That Josh Christopher out of 99. Followed by Evan Mobley from USC and now a member of the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's going to Mr. CEO as well. Then we have Jalen Green of the Houston Rockets, and that is going to be heading to Kevin. Following that up, we have a Zaire Williams of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Lucas, followed by Chris Duarte from Oregon, and now a member of the Detroit Pistons going to Steven. Following that up, we had Brandon Boston from Kentucky, now a member of the LA Clippers going to Kevin, followed by an Ayu Dosunmu out of 149, now a member of the Houston Rockets, and that is going to be heading to Kevin, followed by a Scotty Barnes rookie patch of the Toronto Raptors, and that is going to be going to Mr. CEO. Following that up with a Mark Vital from the Baylor Bears, and now going to be playing on an undrafted free agent, which means that is an 8 out of 75, which means it's going to Kevin with that serial filler. Then we have Jaden Springer, formerly of the Texas, and now on the Philadelphia 76ers to Kevin. Then we have the Corey Kispert right there, and that is of the Washington Wizards going to Mr. CEO. Followed up by a Zaire Williams of the Memphis Grizzlies heading to Lucas, and a Isaiah Jackson, formerly of Kentucky and now of the Indiana Pacers, going to Kevin. Jonathan Kuminga from the Golden State Warriors, now going to Lucas, and then we have Jalen Johnson of the Atlanta Hawks heading to Mr. CEO, and then we have a Cade Cunningham right there, and that Cade Cunningham Gala of the Detroit Pistons, and that is going to be going to Steven, followed up by Franz Wagner, formerly of the Michigan Wolverines, and now a member of the Orlando Magic, heading to Lucas, followed by an Evan Mobley of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and that is heading to Mr. CEO. That's a flux right there. Jalen Green of the Houston Rockets going to Kevin, followed up by Zaire Williams of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is going to Lucas. And then we have a silver Chris Duarte from Oregon, and now a member of the Detroit Pistons, and that is going to Steven. All righty. Let's run down these inserts, some of the inserts, and some of the numbers. We have the Cade Cunningham Gala of the Detroit Pistons going to Steven, followed by Ayu Dosunmu out of 149 of the Houston Rockets, and that is going to Kevin. Then we have Josh Christopher from Arizona State, now a member of the Houston Rockets, going to Kevin as well. And then Corey Kispert out of 149. Of the Washington Wizards going to Mr. CEO. And now on to our memorabilias. We have the tools of the trade, David Johnson, and the rookie memorabilia, Scotty Barnes. Scotty Barnes of the Toronto Raptors to Mr. CEO. David Johnson of the Toronto Raptors as well, going to Mr. CEO. Nice little hit for Mr. CEO. Sorry about that. I'll have to fix that. My mistake. I had that listed wrong. All right, then we have 2 autos. We have Eugene Omaru from Oregon, and now a member of the Dallas Mavericks to Lucas, and Mark Vitale, an undrafted free agent. That's going to be 8 out of 75, and that is heading to Kevin. And with that, we are done with this break. Done with break 1464. We'll be right back from BT Park with some absolute baseball in 3 minutes. We are back with BT Late Night and ready to kick it off with some absolute baseball. This is break 1483, the 2021 Panini Absolute One Box. Pick your team. Those draft picks always tire me out. It's so much more difficult of a break because I've got spreadsheets in front of me trying to look up player names. Like, it is something else. We have Billy Martin of the Yankees, Ronald Acuna of the Atlanta Braves, Brandon Woodruff of the Milwaukee Brewers, JD Martinez of the Boston Red Sox, Salvador Perez of the Kansas City Royals. We have Cal Ripken of the Baltimore Orioles, followed by Yogi Berra out of 99 of the New York Yankees, going to Brian. And then an extreme team, Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres, headed to Brian. And here we go, our two memorabilias. We have a James McCann, Tools of the Trade, and then a Cabrian Hayes out of 50 signature. Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Dave. Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Dave. And then we're going to have a James McCann of the New York Mets, and that is going to be going to Brian. And before we dive into this next mini box, I just want to welcome Danielle, Greg, and Chris. Thank you for joining Break Traders for the first time tonight. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Jacob deGrom of the Mets, Bryce Harper of the Philadelphia Phillies. Then we have Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds, followed by George Springer of the Toronto Blue Jays, Javier Baez of the Cubs, Joey Gallo out of 199 of the Texas Rangers going to Brian, followed by Keibert Ruiz of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that is going to Harry. And then we have a Joe Jackson of the Chicago White Sox out of 149. Headed to Harry as well. And there's still some available spots left in some of our future breaks this evening that we already have scheduled, and you can get in those using the code in the chat. We have Evan Longoria out of 25, and then a Wood Signatures right there, Alejandro Kirk. Alejandro Kirk of the Toronto Blue Jays going to be heading to Brian. With that redemption right there. And then we have the 25 out of 25 Evan Longoria of the San Francisco Giants going to Eric. All right, let's run down these inserts and parallels. We have the statistically speaking Joe Jackson of the Chicago White Sox to Harry out of 149. The Keibert Ruiz rookie class of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Harry. Joey Gallo out of 199 of the Texas Rangers to Brian. Fernando Tatis Extreme Team of the Padres to Brian. And a Yogi Berra out of 99 of the New York Yankees to Brian. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Tools of the Trade, James McCann of the New York Mets, and that is going to Brian. And then we have a couple numbered. We have Evan Longoria, Cabrian Hayes, and an Alejandro Kirk redemption. Evan Longoria, the San Francisco Giants, going to Eric. Then we have Alejandro Kirk of the Toronto Blue Jays to Brian, and Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates to Dave. And with that, we are done with break number 1483. We'll be right back with 1484. We are back and ready to rock, but first let's do our next show keyword giveaway. Alrighty, folks. Our next show keyword giveaway. This show still has yet to be guessed. And the keyword is killed. Squid Game incorrect. I heard Squid Game is good. I can't get into dubbed. Like, I would prefer that it's in its original language and then just has subtitles, but it absolutely like kills me when I'm watching it and the sound doesn't match the lips. Like, I'm fully on board with watching foreign films that are not English natively, but I hate when they dub the English over it.
So I take it not old kung fu movies where the dubbing's like horrible.
Yeah, no, I just can't do it. And it like I forced my way through Lupin, and that was like very difficult for me. But it was such a good show that I just dealt with it. Well, I didn't know that, Michael. I guess I'm going to have to do that. I'll see if I can talk my fiance into that. I'm a big subtitles person. She's not anyway, so that might be difficult. I also read an article that said like native speakers have said that like the translation like makes it into a totally different show, talking about Squid Games. I also heard Money Heist is great as well. But enough about my TV viewing habits and complaints with them. This is 1484, the 2021 Topps Bowman Chrome Light One Boxer. We have a Tariq Screwball RC of the Detroit Tigers, and that is going to Michael. Following that up, we have Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays RC, and that is going to be heading to William. Then we have a Charlie Blackman out of 250 of the Colorado Rockies going to Nathan. Following that up with a Christian Santana Bowman first of the Detroit Tigers going to Michael, and then Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers. That's a Bowman first as well, going to James. And before we dive into this next pack, wanted to welcome Nathan, William, Derek, Nick, and Lonnie for joining us for the first time here at BreakTraders. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. We have Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds, followed by a Yordan Alvarez out of 150 of the Houston Astros going to William. Then we have a black and white Gabriel Arias of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is going to Nick. Followed by Max Meyer of the Marlins and Robert Hassel of the San Diego Padres. I appreciate all the tips and tricks that everyone's let me know. I'll have to figure out how to adjust those colors and transparency, but I'll figure it out. Dodgers, Cody Bellinger, Gleyber Torres of the New York Yankees, a 40-man futures, Heston Kjerstad out of the Baltimore Orioles going to Nate. Following that up with Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals and Patrick Blayley with the San Francisco Giants. Mike Yastrzemski of the Giants, a Royce Lewis 2020 summer camp of the Minnesota Twins, followed by a black and white Braden Shoemake of the Atlanta Braves right there. Then we have Nick Lodolo of the Cincinnati Reds and Garrett Mitchell of the Milwaukee. Jose Abreu of the White Sox, Ronald Acuna of the Braves. A 40-man features Gabriel Arias of the Cleveland Guardians. And that is going to Nick, followed up by a Victor Acosta Bowman first of the San Diego Padres, headed to William, and Alexander Ramirez Bowman first of the New York Mets. And that is going to Michael. And that red zone discount can be used on that break that Brett Diddley, Brett is chatting about right there. The Taylor Trammell RC of the Seattle Mariners going to William, followed by a Shimmer Shea Langeliers of the Atlanta Braves going to Thomas. Then we have a black and white Logan Gilbert of the Seattle Mariners headed to William, followed up by Armando Cruz Bowman first of the Washington Nationals going to William. And then we have Heston Kjerstad of the Baltimore Orioles. And now Brett's going to really have me singing Alexander Hamilton. Alexander Madison, where's your family from? We have Christian Javier of the Houston Astros RC going to William. Then we have the Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs RC going to Derek, followed up by a Dawn of Glory Austin Hendrick with that box hit of the Cincinnati Reds to Christopher, followed by Spencer Torkelson of the Detroit Tigers and Robert Poison of the Oakland Athletics. And we have 3 packs left. We have Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates RC heading to Michael, followed by a Jazz Chisholm RC of the Miami Marlins going to William. And then we have the Gilbert Celestino Bowman first of the Minnesota Twins, and that's the Dalmatian version, as Brett may say, and that is heading to James, followed by Justin Vosku of the Rangers and Drew Romo of the Colorado Rockies. William Contreras RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Thomas, followed by a 2020 summer camp Austin Hendrick of the Reds. And then we have a 40-man futures Austin Wells of the New York Yankees, following that up with Gabriel Arias of the Cleveland Guardians and Braden Shoemake of the Atlanta Braves. And we're on to the last pack in this Bowman Light box. Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox, and that is going to William, followed up by Nick Montagrill of the Chicago White Sox going to William as well. A black and white Bowman first, Melvin Valdez, the Cincinnati Reds headed to Christopher. Then we have Logan Gilbert of the Mariners and Gilbert Celestino of the Minnesota Twins heading to James. All right, running down these rookies. We have Nick Montagrill of the White Sox, Tanner Hook of the Red Sox, William Contreras of the Braves, Jazz Chisholm of the Marlins, Brian Hayes of the Pirates, Braylon Marquez of the Cubs, Christian Javier of the Astros, Taylor Trammell of the Mariners, Shane McCallahan of Tampa Bay, and Tariq Screwball of the Detroit Tigers. And then our Bowman first. We have Gilberto Celestino of the Minnesota Twins, a black and white Melvin Valdez of the Cincinnati Reds, the Dalmatian Gilbert Celestino of the Twins, Armando Cruz of the Nationals, Alexander Ramirez of the Mets. Following that up, we have Victor Acosta of the San Diego Padres, followed by Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers and Christian Santana of the Detroit Tigers. And we have the one featured card, which is the Dawn of Glory, Austin Hendrick box hit of the Cincinnati Reds. And with that, we are done with break 1484. We'll be back in 5 minutes with some certified football. Alrighty, we have 1485, and we've got some teams to auction off here. We're gonna do it as a 3-pack, just because I'm feeling frisky. It's gonna be the Jaguars, the Cowboys, and the Washington football team. The bidding for this will begin at $55 in increments of $5. 65 from Haley. 65 from Haley. Do we have 70? Do we have 70? Alrighty, we will start the countdown. And Haley takes it. And Haley, you know what to do. Definitely a steal right there. And we're going to do our next keyword with randomization, which is kill. All right. John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Harry Hood.
Harry Hood getting the 2019 Donruss pack. He'll know what I mean. Chris Carson of the Seahawks, Robert Quinn of the Cowboys, Garen Conley of the Raiders, Jarrell Casey of the Titans, Leonard Fournette of the Jags, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington football team. We have a TJ Hawkinson of the Lions, Dexter Williams of the Packers. Here we go. This is break 1485, the 2021 Panini Certified One Box Pick Your Team. Brett calling a big graffiti. And we have a bunch of new members. We have Ryan, Isaac, Timothy, Sean, and Jeff joining us for the first time. Thank you, folks. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. We have Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers, followed by Jonnu Smith of the New England Patriots right there out of 149. Then we have a dark horse, Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, going to Sam, followed up by T. Higgins of the Bengals and Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. Deshaun Watson of the Houston Texans, Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens with that seal of approval. Following that up, we have Carson Wentz of the Colts and Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers. CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys. Followed up by Stars, Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. Then we have Darren Waller. Darren Waller of the Oakland Raiders and Devin Singletary of the Buffalo Bills. And here we go, folks. It is going to be a mirror signatures, and that is Mr. Kyle Long of the Kansas City Chiefs. That's going to be heading to Samuel, and that is number 28 out of 50. We have a Brandon Cooks of the Houston Texans. Brandon Cooks of the Houston Texans, followed by a seal of approval, TJ Watt of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then we have Kirk Cousins of the Minnesota Vikings, followed by Jonathan Taylor of the Colts. And here we go. It is going to be an Amon-Ra St. Brown rookie patch auto out of 299 of the Detroit Lions. And that is heading to Ryan. We have Taysom Hill of the New Orleans Saints. Taysom Hill of the New Orleans Saints, followed by Matt Stafford of the Rams. Then we have Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Derek Carr of the Raiders. And here we go. It is going to be a Najee Harris new generation patch out of 99 of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Jeremy. And we have 5 packs left. Wow, we cooked through some of our memorabilia right there. Drew Lock of the Broncos, a TJ Watt out of 249 of the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by a gold team, Roquan Smith of the Chicago Bears. Then we have Devontae Parker of the Miami Dolphins and Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team. We have Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers, followed up by a Travis Etienne out of 299 of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Haley, and then a Joey Burrow graffiti of the Cincinnati Bengals right there, followed up by Baker Mayfield of the Browns and Calvin Ridley of the Falcons. 3 packs left in this one. Darius Slayton of the Giants, Lamar Jackson of the Ravens. We have DeAndre Hopkins out of 249 of the Arizona Cardinals heading to Cynthia, followed up by Russ Wilson of the Seahawks and Jalen Reagor of the Eagles. Damian Harris of the New England Patriots, followed by Gregory Rousseau out of 399 of the Buffalo Bills, going to Chris. We have the filler card right there, followed up by an Aaron Rodgers gold team of the Green Bay Packers heading to Isaac. Then we have Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team and Odell Beckham Jr. of the Cleveland Browns. And now on to the last pack and this one. Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions. J.J. Watt out of 299 of the Arizona Cardinals. Followed up by a graffiti J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens. Then we have Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs and Tyler Lockett of the Seattle Seahawks. Wow, what a disappointment by Panini. Only putting 2 autos and 1 memorabilia in there. Our rookie rundown, we have the 3 out of 399 Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills and the out of 299 Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And now on to our featured cards. We have the mirror signatures, Kyle Long out of 50 of the Kansas City Chiefs. And that is going to Samuel. And then we have our 2 rookies. And we have the Amon-Ra St. Brown out of 299 rookie patch auto of the Detroit Lions. And the Najee Harris out of 99 patch of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And that is headed to Jeremy. And with that, we are done with break 1485. Alrighty, and we're coming up here on our next Donruss H2, but first we will do our next keyword. And this is a continuation of the last one, or a continuation of the same movie, or TV show, sorry.
I'm ready when you are.
And the keyword is storm.
It's not a bad guess, but not right.
No correct guesses yet. No correct guesses. And with that, we're going to move into the Donruss Football Hobby Hybrid one-box Pick Your Team. Want to welcome Jeff, Andrew, Timothy, Isaac, and Julian to joining us for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order. Lawrence Taylor of the Giants, Cole Beasley of the Bills, Michael Vick of the Falcons, Mike Williams of the Chargers. We have a little Tyreek Hill right there, followed up by a Seth Williams rated rookies of the Denver Broncos going to Jeff. And then we have a green Ramondre Stevenson rated rookie of the New England Patriots to Andrew. Following that up, we have a red press proof Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks, followed by a Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Andrew. And then we have portraits, Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley. Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, Marquise Brown of the Ravens, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Michael Pittman Jr. of the Colts, Devontae Adams of the Packers, Joe Montana of the 49ers, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Tim, followed up by a red press-proof Derek Brown of the Panthers, followed up by an Elite Series rookies Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Buddy, and then a retro series Michael Strahan of the New York Giants, and that is heading to Buddy as well. It's a great description of the show. Harrison Smith of the Vikings, Mike Evans of the Bucks, Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team, David Johnson of the Texans. We have Emmitt Smith of the Cowboys, TJ Watt of the Steelers. We have Shi Smith of the Carolina Panthers going to Chris, followed by a red press-proof Taysom Hill of the New Orleans Saints. Then we have Philip Lindsay with that Dominators of the Houston Texans, and that's going to Enrique, followed up by a Tom Brady highlights of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right there. Darren Waller of the Raiders, followed by George Kittle of the 49ers, Drew Brees of the Saints, Tyler Boyd of the Bengals. Then we have C.D. Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys and Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, followed up by a Davis Mills rated rookie of the Houston Texans going to Enrique, followed by a red press-proof J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to Christopher. Then we have the Power Formulas Tua of the Miami Dolphins, followed up by a Gridiron Kings Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Myles Garrett of the Browns, Dallas Goedert of the Eagles, Jerome Baker of the Dolphins, Robbie Anderson of the Panthers, Patrick Mahomes, followed up by Khalil Mack. Then we have a Patrick Surtain II of the Denver Broncos going to Jeff, and a Simi Fuku out of 500 of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Cynthia. Then we have the Action All-Pros, Aaron Donald of the Rams, and the Retro Series, Drew Bledsoe of the New England Patriots. And we are halfway through this break. Jermaine Edmonds of the Bills, Nelson Aguilar of the Patriots, Kenneth Murray of the Chargers, Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals. We have Kyle Long of the Chiefs and DeAndre Swift of the Lions, followed by a green J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers going to Chris. Then we have a red press-proof Kenyon Drake of the Raiders, and that is going to be heading to Buddy, followed up with a Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that is going to Chris with that Elite Series rookie right there. And then we have an inducted Drew Pearson of the Dallas Cowboys. And we have 4 packs left in this break. Patrick Queen of the Ravens, C.J. Ham of the Vikings, T.Y. Hilton of the Colts, Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team, Tiamat Mathau of the Chiefs, Jalen Ramsey of the Rams, followed up by Amari Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers right there, and that's heading to Isaac, followed up by a red press-proof Devontae Parker of the Miami Dolphins. Then we have a Rondale Moore, the rookies of the Arizona Cardinals going to Cynthia, followed up by a Rob Gronkowski road to the Super Bowl of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Friday could be crazy. We'll see. There's only one round of eBays, so Leonard Fournette of the Bucks, Jonathan Abrams of the Raiders, Brandon Cooks of the Texans, A.J. Brown of the Titans, Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals, Tom Brady of the Buccaneers. Then we have Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Buddy. Following that up with Laviska Shenault of the Jacksonville Jaguars, that red press proof. Then we have a Legend Series Drew Brees of the Chargers, followed by a Gridiron Kings Joe Montana of the 49ers. DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, followed up by Jarvis Landry of the Browns, Chad Johnson of the Bengals, Xavier Howard of the Dolphins. We have Josh Allen of the Bills, Alejandro Villanueva of the Steelers. Then we have Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions going to Lucas, followed up by Chatarius Tutu Atwell with the red press proof rated rookie of the Rams. A Dominators Matt Stafford of the Rams as well. And the champ is here, Ryan Sukup of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Alrighty, the Origins 2-boxer has closed. And remember, folks, we have that flash sale on those UFC Chronicles. Would love to see that go. That's why I'm willing to do it at such a huge discount. Jalen Reagor of the Eagles, Roquan Smith of the Bears, Brian Burns of the Panthers, Johnny Hecker of the Rams. We have Brett Favre of the Packers, Adrian Amos of the Packers as well. Then we have Greg Newsome of the Cleveland Browns going to Chris, followed by an Elite Series, Justin Tucker of the Baltimore Ravens to Andrew, followed up by a Kenny Moore of the Indianapolis Colts going to Lucas. All righty. Now we will run down our autos, or our rooks. Greg Newsome of the Browns, the red press proof Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams, Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions, Devonta Smith of the Eagles, the rookies Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, Amari Rogers of the Packers, the green J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers, Simi Fiuku out of 500 of the Cowboys, Patrick Surtain of the Broncos, Kyle Trask, Gridiron Kings of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the red press proof J.C. Horn of the Panthers, Davis Mills of the Texans, Shi Smith of the Panthers, an Elite Series rookies Devonta Smith of the Eagles, Kyle Trask of the Buccaneers, the portrait Amir Smith-Marset of the Vikings, the rookies Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, the green Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots, and the Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos. And now on to our featured card. And it is going to be a Mr. Trevor Lawrence Elite Series rookie of the Jacksonville Jaguars heading to Chris. And with that, we are done with break 1487. We will be right back from the hardwood. We're back with some Revolution basketball, but first, type Storm in the chat. All right, John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Enrique Villafranco.
Enrique Villafranco winning the giveaway. And Enrique, if you can just let us know what break you've been in and what number or what team you were, that would be very helpful. Alrighty, soccer, which is always great for me to read. Devin Zapata, Ciro Immobilio. I'm just going to show them because I am not doing their names justice. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1487, the 2020-21 Revolution one box pick your team. Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz, Devontae Graham of the Hornets, Kyrie Irving of the Nets. Then we're going to have a fractal Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets going to Zach, and a Jaden McDaniels RC of the Minnesota Timberwolves to Michael. LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs. Then we have Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks, followed by Anthony Davis of the Lakers. And then we have a Grant Riller Groove of the Charlotte Hornets. Grant Riller Groove of the Hornets, and that is going to be going to Louis, followed by a Ja Morant Shockwave Revolution. Brett Diddley, Brett. Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, Alfred Payton of the Knicks, Nikola Vukovic of the Mavs. Then we have a Devin Vassell RC of the San Antonio Spurs, and that's going to be an Astro going to Christopher, followed up by Cassius Winston of the Washington Wizards, headed to Gavin. Luka Doncic of the Mavs, Christian Wood of the Rockets, and here we go. We're going to have an auto, and that's Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards right there, and that is going to Gavin. Followed up by a Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook of the Washington Wizards going to Gavin as well, and that is an Astro. Followed up by a Vortex, Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics going to Kevin. Tobias Harris of the Sixers, Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, Gordon Hayward of the Hornets. Then we have a Norman Powell, and that's out of 100. That's a Cosmic of the Toronto Raptors. That's going to Kevin, followed up by a Cole Anthony RC of the Orlando Magic, heading to Phil. 3 packs left in this one. Goran Dragic of the Heat, Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, De'Aaron Fox of the Kings. We have a Nick Richards fractal of the Hornets, and that is going to Louis, followed up by a Vortex Paul George of the Clippers, going to Michael. Andrew Wiggins of the Warriors, Kevin Huerter of the Hawks, Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, a Shockwave, Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns, going to Buddy, and that's a fractal Shockwave, followed up by Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons, RC, going to Buddy. Jamal Murray of the Nuggets, Miles Turner of the Pacers, Kobe White of the Bulls, followed by a Groove DeJounte Murray of the Spurs. And then we have a Rookie Revolution, Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, heading to Phil. Alrighty, on to our rundowns here. We have the Fractal Shockwave Revolution, Devin Booker of the Suns, a Vortex Paul George of the Clippers, a Vortex Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, and a Shockwave Revolution Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies. And we have an Astro Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, a Fractal Jamal Murray of the Nuggets, a Groove DeJounte Murray of the Spurs, and a Cubic out of 100 Norman Powell of the Toronto Raptors. Now on to our regular rooks. Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons, Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, Cassius Winston of the Washington Wizards, and Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Then we have the Astro, Devin Vassell of the Spurs, the Groove, Grant Riller of the Hornets, the Fractal, Nick Richards of the Hornets, and the Rookie Revolution, Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic. And our featured card is going to be an auto, and that is Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards, going to Gavin. Alrighty. With that, we are done with break 1487. And we are going to move on to some Panini Clearly Donruss. And we've got quite a few teams to auction off. Alrighty, folks. We will get into these auctions. First, we are going to do a 3-pack of the Nets, the Cavs, and the Clippers. The bidding for them will begin at $10 in increments of $1. And this is for the Clearly Donruss. The Clearly Donruss. Do we have 10 for the Nets, Cavs, and Clippers combo? All right. To make it a little more exciting, we will add the Lakers to it. Nets, Cavs, Clippers, and Lakers. Bidding begins at $10 in increments of $1. $11 from Curtis. $13 from Mr. CEO, $19 from Jordan. All right, we are going to start the countdown. Jordan with 22. And now here we go, 15 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, Jordan Gray has them. Jordan, you can drop your payment at the link in the chat. And next up, we're going to do a 5-pack. Knicks, Magic, 76ers, Kings, and Wizards. Bidding begins at $10 in increments of $1. $20 from Mr. CEO. $21 from Mark. $30 from Mr. CEO. $31 from Mark. 30, 35. 35 from Mr. CEO. Do we have anything else? Alrighty, we are going to start our 30-second countdown. 37 from Mark. 38 from Mr. CEO, which means we'll be taking a countdown. Another 15 seconds will go on the clock. "15 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, and with that, Mr. CEO takes it for $38. And folks, type Storm in the chat. We will randomize it.
We already did.
Oh, we already randomized Storm. Sorry about that. We will do our next keyword giveaway. Priest. No correct guesses yet. Mayor of Easttown incorrect. Show giveaway guessing has ended, which means it's time to get this break started. Here we go, folks. This is break number 1488, the 2020-21 Clearly a Donruss. Clearly Donruss one box, pick your team. Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics. Then we have a Josh Green, rated a rookie out of 49 of the Dallas Mavericks, going to Wingyichen. Followed up by a Isaiah Stewart, RC, rated rookie of the Detroit Pistons to Mr. CEO. And Cassius Winston of the Washington Wizards, going to Mr. CEO as well. Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks, Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavericks. Then we have a gold Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs as well. Following that up with a Terrell Terry RC of the Dallas Mavericks going to Wing-Chen, and Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks heading to Mr. CEO. There's no more spots available unless you buy into one of the posted breaks on our site. We have Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets, followed by Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets. Then we have a zero gravity Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz heading to a Mark, followed up by Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic going to Mr. CEO, and then Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons right there going to Mr. CEO as well. We have Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat, followed by Tobias Harris of the 76ers. Then we have James Harden, a purple James Harden of the Brooklyn Nets, going to Jordan. Followed up by Joe. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Isaiah Joe of the Philadelphia 76ers to Mr. CEO. And a Jordan Nwora of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Cynthia. Let's run down these rookies. Jordan Nwora of the Milwaukee Bucks. Jordan Nwora of the Milwaukee Bucks. And that is going to be heading to of the Milwaukee Bucks heading to Lucas. Followed by Isaiah Joe of the 76ers going to Nick. Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons to Mr. CEO. Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic to Michael. Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks going to Mr. CEO. Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks. Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks going to Jim. Oops, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. 1 second. Let me run through these again. Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons to Mr. CEO. Then we have Isaiah Joe of the 76ers to Mr. CEO. Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks to Wing-Chen. Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks to Mr. CEO. Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic to Mr. CEO. Jordan Nwora of the Milwaukee Bucks to Cynthia. Cassius Winston of the Wizards to Mr. CEO. And Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons to Mr. CEO. And on to our featured card. We have the Josh Green out of 49. Josh Green out of 49. And that is of the Dallas Mavericks heading to Wing-Chen. And with that, we are done with break 1488. And we will be right back with break 1475. Alrighty, folks. We have break 1475, the 2020-21 Obsidian Basketball One Box Pick Your Team plus Random. We are randomizing the Hornets and the Timberwolves. The Hornets and the Timberwolves. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize them. And that is 10 times. We'll then randomize all the entries and match up the top two to assign the Hornets and Timberwolves to someone. And 10. It is going to be the Timberwolves Team 1, and the person who is listed as second after this user randomization will be Team 2, which is the Hornets. And that's going to be 4 times. One, 2, 3, and 4. Lucas with the Timberwolves and Mr. CEO with the Charlotte Hornets. Which means we are about to get into this break. We'll just get those teams loaded on the left side, and we will rock and roll. Alrighty, let's get cooking. We have Bobby Portis of the Milwaukee Bucks. Bobby Portis of the Milwaukee Bucks, and that is going to be heading to Lucas. Following up that Bobby Portis, we have an Obi Toppin RC. Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks. And that is going to be going to Mr. CEO. Following up Obi Toppin, we got Bojan Bogdanovic of the Utah Jazz, and that is heading to Phil. And last but not least on the base cards, we're going to have a Nickeil Alexander-Walker of the Pelicans, and that is going to be out of 50, and that is of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Jonathan. Alrighty, and we're going to move into our memorabilia cards here. We have a rookie patch auto, and that is going to be Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards. And that is going to be 88 out of 99 of the Washington Wizards going to Daniel. Following that one, we have the Volcanic Signatures, and that is going to be Jalen Noel of the Minnesota Timberwolves. That is 73 out of 149. Jalen Noel of the Minnesota Timberwolves, 73 out of 149, going to Lucas. And last, but certainly not least, it is time for our first one of these in Obsidian. He came in like a mellow ball. Da, 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 out of 25. Holy hell. What a LaMelo ball that is to Mr. CEO. Wow. What a hit. Number 4 out of 25. Right there. And now let's run down these cards. We have a Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Utah Jazz going to Phil. Followed up with Bobby Portis. Bobby Portis of the Milwaukee Bucks. And that is going to Lucas. Then we have an Obi Toppin RC of the New York Knicks going to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Nickel Alexander Walker out of 50 heading to Mr. of the New Orleans Pelicans. And that is going to Mr. CEO as well. One second. I'm going to check that, Daniel, to see if that Avadiah... One moment. We will mag up that Denny Avadiah as well because I have a recent sale for $80. Finally, a nice hot pack of Obsidian basketball. Alrighty. And running down the hits, we have the volcanic Jalen Noel of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Lucas. And then we have not one, but 2 mags. The out of 99, a rookie patch auto, followed up by the he came in like a mellow ball. And that is 4 out of 25 of the Charlotte Hornets. The Denny Avadiah of the Washington Wizards going to Daniel, and the LaMelo Ball of the Charlotte Hornets heading to Mr. CEO. What a break right there. And with that, we will be right back from BT Field. That is the end of break 1475. Alrighty, and we are back and ready for some football. And first, let's randomize Priest. Can we get a 5-second countdown, John?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Mr. CEO.
Mr. CEO. With the 2019-2020 Chronicles pack right there. Because when the Lux are rolling, it stays flowing. Oh, that was... I just tried to make up a saying there, John, and that did not... It was bad. Just ignore that.
Sometimes it works.
Cameron Johnson, followed up by a Cam Reddish, PJ Washington, Victor Oladipo, and Terrence Davis. 1485, Nathan, I'd recommend you scroll back to find it, because it may or may not be posted tonight. Twitch has been having a lot of problems connecting to YouTube, so it's a significantly longer process. So it's very difficult for me to do it same night, or I'd be up till like 3:34 in the morning. Here we go. This is the Donruss Optic Football Hobby Hybrid H2 one box. Pick your division. T-Man with the entire AFC, Mark with the NFC East, Timothy with the NFC North, T-Man with the NFC South, and Gary with the NFC West. We'll get those full teams loaded up on the side as I dive right into this. Four cards per pack. 8 packs per box. Let's see what we've got in here. Tommy Stevens of the New Orleans Saints right there. Followed up by a Chase Claypool Red Mojo rated rookie of the Pittsburgh Steelers, headed to T-Man. Then we have the T-minus Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals and a Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers. Damon Arnett of the Raiders, and that is heading to T-Man. And then we have a Jalen Hurts rated rookie of the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is heading to Mark. And we're going to follow that one up with a Jake Luton silver rated rookie of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to T-Man. Followed up by Cooper Kupp of the Rams. Tristan Wirfs of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, heading to T-Man. Followed up by a Red Mojo Marlon Davidson of the Atlanta Falcons to T-Man. Then we have an Elite Series rookie. That's Henry Ruggs of the Raiders, going to T-Man. Followed by Matt Stafford of the Lions. Noah Ignobi of the Miami Dolphins, heading to T-Man. Followed by Lynn Bowden Jr. of the Raiders to T-Man. Then we have a silver Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints, going to T-Man as well. And Jamison Crowder of the New York Jets. And we are halfway through this break. Ross Blaylock RC of the Houston Texans, going to T-Man. Followed by a Red Mojo Tyler Johnson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to T-Man as well. Then we have an Elite Series rookie, Jacob Eason of the Indianapolis Colts. Nice hit right there to T-Man. And then Phillip Rivers of the Colts as well. We have Javon Kinlaw of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Gary. Followed up by Jake Luton of the Jacksonville Jaguars, headed to T-Man. Then we have a silver Ross Blaylock RC of the Houston Texans, going to T-Man, and Nick Bosa of the 49ers. And we have 2 packs left right here. Antoine Winfield Jr., RC of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, heading to T-Man. Followed by a red mojo, AJ Epineza of the Buffalo Bills to T-Man. And then we have the rookies, Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles, going to Mark. Followed up by Amari Cooper of the Dallas Cowboys. Eno Benjamin of the Arizona Cardinals going to Gary. Followed by a Devin Duvernay rated rookie of the Baltimore Ravens heading to T-Man. A Dominators Phillip Rivers of the Indianapolis Colts. And Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants. And now we will run these rookies down. Devin Duvernay of the Ravens, Eno Benjamin of the Cardinals, the Red Mojo AJ Epineza of the Bills, Antoine Winfield Jr. of the Bucks, Ross Blaylock Silver of the Texans, Jake Luton of the Jags, Javon Kinlaw of the 49ers, an Elite Series a rookie Jacob Eason of the Colts, the Red Mojo Tyler Johnson of the Buccaneers, Ross Blaylock of the Texans, Lynn Bowden Jr. of the Raiders, Noah of the Dolphins, the Elite Series rookies Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders, the Red Mojo Marlon Davidson of the Falcons, Tristan Wirfs of the Buccaneers, a silver Jake Luton of the Jaguars, Damon Arnett of the Raiders, a Red Mojo Chase Claypool of the Steelers, and Tommy Stevens of the New Orleans Saints. And now on to our featured cards, of which there are 2. And they're both Philadelphia Eagles. We have the Jalen Hurts, both of the Eagles, and both of those are going to Mark. Both of those heading to Mark. Which means we are done with this break. And this is break 1436. We are all set. We will be right back with some Origins 2-box football. We are back and ready for some Origins football. But first, we have our last show keyword to do. This is the last one of the last keyword of this show. So let's see if we get it. Alrighty, the keywords so far have been island, influence, killed, storm, priest, and this is church. Midnight Mass is correct. Curtis gets it. And Curtis getting a 2019-20 Chronicles basketball. Luka Doncic of the Mavs, a little Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, Keldon Johnson of the Spurs, Tyler Hero of the Heat, Eric Paschall of the Golden State Warriors. Got it just before you, Spangs. Alrighty, the moment we've all been waiting for, the 2021 Origins 2-box Pick Your Team plus Random. And we will randomize the 5 teams first to see what order they will be in. And we're randomizing those 11 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. All right, when we randomize the users, whoever comes in first gets the Patriots, second the Jets, third the 49ers, or third the Bears, fourth the 49ers, and fifth the Jaguars.
What about the Patriots?
Patriots are first. And we have four times to randomize the users. Let's see who's going to get what. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alrighty. We will match these up. The Chicago Bears, team number 3, going to Mr. CEO. The Jacksonville Jaguars, team number 5, going to Terrell. The New England Patriots, team number 1, going to Spangs. The New York Jets, team number 2, going to Haley. And the 49ers, team number 4, going to Haley as well. Alrighty, and we will get those teams loaded up for you here while we go through these boxes. John, before I get into this one, can you go grab me a few more of the Roxy cards?
Sure.
Thank you. All right, starting off, we have Mr. Cooper Kupp out of 175. Cooper Kupp out of 175 of the Los Angeles Rams. And that is going to head to Haley. Following that up, we have Mr. Adam Thielen out of 299 of the Minnesota Vikings, and that is going to Haley. Next up, we have a base, Tyler Lockett of the Seattle Seahawks, and that is heading to Terrell. Then we have a base, Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers, going to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we're into our first memorabilia. And it is going to be a George Kittle out of 49 of the San Francisco 49ers. And that is going to Haley. And our next hit out of this one is going to be a Rondale Moore out of 99 of the Arizona Cardinals. And that is an on-card auto, and that is heading to T-Man. And last but not least, we have the Cornell Powell 1/1 of the Kansas City Chiefs with the NFL patch heading to T-Man.
Sounds like what a card.
And that is getting a Saute Sizzle sticker. Yeah, we just had the fire department outside after that one. If you could hear that siren right there. Nice hit for T-Man. On to our next one. Next box. All right, to get things kicking, we have the out of 99 Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals heading to Mr. CEO. Following that one, we have a David Montgomery out of 299 of the Chicago Bears going to Mr. CEO. Then we have a Daniel Jones of the New York Giants going to John. And after that, we have a J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens. J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens. And that is heading to Garrett. Next up, our first memorabilia is going to be a Pat Freiermuth Monster Patch out of 199 of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to Spangs. Next up, we have an auto, and it is going to be Mr. Jacob Harris of the Los Angeles Rams, non-numbered, on-card non-numbered. And that is going to Haley. And last but not least, we have a redemption card. And that redemption is going to be Mr. Ramondre Stevenson with the rookie jumbo jersey autographs of the New England Patriots going to Spangs. No rookie QBs in those two boxes. But let's run these down. We have the J.K. Dobbins base going to Garrett, followed by the Danny Jones base of the New York Giants going to John. A David Montgomery out of 299 of the Bears to Mr. CEO. Tyler Lockett of the Seattle Seahawks going to Terrell, followed up by Adam Thielen out of 299 of the Minnesota Vikings to Haley. And Cooper Kupp out of 175 of the Rams to Haley. And now on to our featured cards. We have the quarterbacks from last year, the 38 out of 99, Joe Burrow of the Bengals going to Mr. CEO, and Justin Herbert base of the Chargers to Mr. CEO as well. Then we have our patches. We have the Pat Freiermuth out of 199 and the George Kittle out of 49. George Kittle of the 49ers to Haley, Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers to Spangs. Next up, we have two autos. We have the Rondale Moore out of 99 and the Jacob Harris base auto, followed by the rookie jumbo jersey autographs from Ramondre Stevenson redemption. That of the New England Patriots going to Spangs. Jacob Harris of the Rams to Haley. And Rondale Moore out of 99 of the Arizona Cardinals heading to T-Man. And last but not least, we have a 1 of 1. And that is going to be Mr. Cornell Powell of the Kansas City Chiefs going to T-Man. And with that, we are done with break 1470. Done with break 1470. Now let's randomize our next keyword giveaway. What do you say, John?
That sounds good. Let's randomize church.
We will be randomizing church. Of course, where did I put church? 1 second, folks. I have it. Church. Type church in the chat. Church, 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 church. Alrighty. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Curtis again.
Curtis taking the Prism draft picks. Cole Anthony of the Magic, Therese Maxey of the 76ers, Daniel Oturo of the Clippers, and Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons.
2 in a row. Time to get a lotto ticket.
Time to get a lotto ticket. Alrighty. It appears that we have hit a slow spot in the evening. Looks like we've got a bunch of breaks that can potentially close next week or close on Friday. Make sure to check out our absolute football breaks that we have posted for pre-sale. And there we have it, folks. That's the end of our Wednesday show. Looking forward to a great Friday with all of you. Mr. CEO wants me to wait a moment.
Are they closing Origins?
We may be able to close Origins. You know what? Before I dive into the end, I will give it a 3 minutes, and if we close it, we will run it. All right, we are back. We have 1,500 that is going to go. We just have to wait one moment for it to show up on our Shopify so that we can pull it from the system. So we will be taking another 3 minutes, and we will be right back. Actually, as opposed to making y'all wait, we will do a keyword giveaway. Next
show?
Nope. The keyword will be Origins. Type origins in the chat. We're just getting this pulled from Shopify. That process usually takes just a minute or so. Alrighty, type origins in the chat. Origins in the chat. Anything is possible, Brett. Alrighty. John, can you give us a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Pat Conley.
I will double check that for us right here. 1 second, Mr. CEO. We have Mark Trumbo of the Orioles, Maikel Franco of the Phillies, Julio Urias of the Dodgers, Nomar Garciaparra of the Oakland Athletics, David Wright of the New York Mets, George Brett of the Royals, and Troy Tulowitzki of the Toronto Blue Jays. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1500. 1500. What? Did not expect to hit this until Friday. Y'all, amazing job right there. Getting that one filled for sure. Very, very, very impressive. But first for this, we have to randomize the teams. Randomize the teams, and then we'll randomize the users. We're going to randomize those top 5 teams, and that's going to be 7 times between the Bears, the Jags, the Pats, the Jets, and the 49ers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. All right, 49ers are going to be the top spot, the Jets number 2, the Patriots 3, the Bears 4, and the Jaguars 5. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize the users. It's going to be 9 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and here is the final one, 9. Mr. CEO with team 1, Haley with 2, 4, and 5, and Lucas with team 3. I swear, Haley has had all of the luck in Origins football lately in these randomizations. So that means team number 1, the 49ers, Mr. CEO. Team number 2, the New York Jets, is Haley. Team number 3 is the New England Patriots, going to Lucas. Team number 4 and 5 are the Bears and Jaguars, going to Haley. Yep. Alrighty. And we will get these teams loaded as I get this box open. First up, we have the Jamison Crowder out of 175 of the New York Jets, and that is headed to Haley. Then we have the out of 299 Adam Thielen of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley as well. Following that up, we have a J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens going to Haley. And then we have a Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. And that is going to be heading to Haley. Haley with nine teams before the randomization in this one. Alrighty, our first memorabilia is going to be a Chicago Bear patch, and that is Mr. Justin Fields. Justin Fields with the Chicago Bears. That is going to Haley with the patch. With the patch right there out of 199. And those have been sold for all over the place, but we will definitely be putting that in a saute sizzle box.
Great name for it.
Alrighty, our next hit is going to be an auto, and that is going to be Mr. Najee Harris out of 99 with the on-card auto of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to Mr. CEO. Nice to see him drop his initials on there. And last but not least, it is going to be a Dallas Cowboy, and that is Simi Fiuku of the Cowboys with that rookie patch auto. And that is not numbered. Heading to Mr. CEO. Alrighty, let's run that box down. We have Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans, followed up by J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens. That Derrick Henry going to Haley. J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens to Haley. Adam Thielen out of 299 of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley as well. And Jamison Crowder out of 175 of the New York Jets going to Haley. And on to our featured cards. I'm going to mag up that Najee based on some of the things I'm seeing out there. Alrighty, first up we have the Simi Fioku rookie patch auto of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Mr. CEO. And then we have our two sizzle boxes. We have the Najee Harris 35 out of 99 auto. 35 out of 99 auto right there, headed to Mr. CEO. And then the Justin Fields out of 199 patch, the 2-color of the Chicago Bears, headed to Haley. And with that, we are done with break 1500. Which means we are done for the evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks to Mr. CTO for closing out break 1500 so we could run that this evening. We love it when y'all want to keep us on longer and close out more breaks. That being said, we will see you on Friday. Make sure to check the Discord for some specials on that Donruss Optic basketball. That will end up going out will go out tonight, and that will expire tomorrow at midnight. We'll have a Donruss Optic flash sale in our Discord. See you Friday night. Well, tomorrow night now. Have a great evening and happy breaking.